Loading. Hey, greetings everyone. My name is Sai, and welcome back to the Plunderer Boob Club. I am joined once again by my lovely co-commentator, Isaiah Christo. Isaiah, welcome to the show.
It's good to be Bach.
Uh-huh. Well, that was it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm done. Thank you guys very much for watching. Fuck you, Isaiah. And I'll see you guys next time. Later.
Later.
I'm so tempted to hit the end stream button. I'm so tempted.
I'm glad that the in the chat names are catching on. It's like a plague.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the shitty writing quality in this story, it's spreading.
Fuck off. My count should be every time I say in the chat. I'd be unstoppable.
Or every single time you try to defend Mizuki's terrible writing.
Oh,
You'd
yeah.
be a god by this point. So we have some things to talk about.
Did we?
Yeah, we have a couple things.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I thought it might be fun to mention on the stream at least that Plunderer got a fucking restaurant.
Oh yeah! I forgot to mention this. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a restaurant and beer tie-in in Japan. It's from this Saturday until the 31st of the month.
Yeah. So you can go there and eat Plunderer themed foods. Now, a lot of anime do this. A lot of anime have just like weird fucking tie-ins for no reason except marketing. I think there was a Madoka cafe at one point. I'm sure there was.
Most anime get cafes. There was recently like a panty and stocking cafe that everyone got really upset about because they hyped it up as a big announcement and everyone thought it was finally season 2.
That's funny.
It was just a cafe.
It was a cafe, yeah. Like Persona 5 Royal. Fuck you.
Oh yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, I know, right? Anyway, so I got a cafe. But the funny thing is, the fucking tone deafness of this to me is that the entirety of like Plunderer's story is about this country, Alcia, like fucking basically shitting on the Abyss and like stealing all their food from them. And there's all the fucking like flashbacks to the war and all the kids starving and like food being the resource everyone really cared about. And so the sheer amount of tone deafness it takes to take a manga where like one of the central themes is like, man's inhumanity to man and a war for resources, most prominent among them being food, and to have a fucking silly maid cafe based around it where they serve like tangentially related things for the fucking story is so completely tone deaf of what the fuck the show is trying to be. It's like, I made a comparison to Isaiah. It's like if they made a Saving Private Ryan themed amusement park with roller coasters and cotton candy and shit. Like, it's so tone deaf as to what the original thing is and what it's about that it's fucking hilarious to me. Like,
that made me...
yeah,
go on, finish.
Okay. I made like the fucking point, or I made the joke talking to Isaiah. Because like the cafe is like scavenging for every little reference they can to when a character is eating food in Plunderer. Like, hey, and we have that too. Like they have, as I said, they had like a fucking. There's a bit in the manga where if you know exactly what it is, please by all means.
Yes, I have the entire menu prepared. What was the specific instant you were going to call out to?
I was going to call it Hina sandwich.
Oh yeah, Hina's favorite sandwich, because there was one part that me and Sai made fun of her for, because when they were in the school, she ate like sandwiches without the crusts, and we made fun of her for being like a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
They serve that. They serve Hina's sandwiches without the crusts. Remember when we said like Captain Allen had like the generic burger brand burger? They're selling that.
Yeah, I made the hilarious reference to the Nostalgia Critics thing of like, oh, I love burgers. It's almost as good as beer. So they now serve the burger along with presumably the beer. Like, fuck it.
Yeah, I put a link to the menu in the chat. There, I said it again.
Do they sell the carrot that fucking Pele shoves down Lynn's throat? I don't know. I really hope they do.
If only. No, but we do have licked pudding. This was the one that pissed me off the most, right?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
So for some reason they have like Schmerman apple crumble, right? And I was like, when the fuck does like
Yeah.
Schmerman have anything to do with an apple? The entire manga.
Uh-huh.
So when he showed them all how to use their weapons, he cut an apple with a knife.
Oh
That's
my
why
god,
they
you're not
fucking-
serious. That's
I'm
serious.
They gave him the fucking apple pie just because he cut an apple with his knife.
That's how desperate they are for connections. And I made the point, like, hey, Isaiah, wouldn't it be funny if they had fucking war rations? Like, one of the things you could buy was like a plain flavorless biscuit, and like fucking, the sign would be like, experience the journey of Plunderer. Eat the same tasteless war rations millions of starving kids ate in the show. And then I obviously wanted to make the next logical joke, which is like, all our food stolen from the restaurant next door.
Next door. You see, in fact, even you see the cookies behind Lynn in the picture you have there.
Yeah.
They're selling those.
Are they really? Oh my fucking god.
Lynn's homemade
They're
cookies.
so desperate. They're so desperate about anything.
Remember the cake that the king, so in this volume, we're going to meet the king of Alcia. And you remember how they said they wanted to eat cake. They don't even get a cake. They're just like, I want to eat a cake. They're selling that. So at least someone gets to eat it.
Right. Like, if you give us money.
They should sell Dead Mother Bear.
I would love, yeah, exactly. Ted SNO Bear.
Oh my god. That said, by the way, I rewatched the last stream and Sai said in the chat is about as much as Isaiah. Busted.
Yeah, no, I noticed that too. I also rewatched the last stream and I also noticed I do it just as much.
Just because, you don't just want to throw out just like, oh, hey, Ivan said this. Or, I mean, now we can because we know you guys won't. But like, it feels like a non sequitur unless you throw in like, hey, in the chat, this happened.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, wouldn't it be fun if all the waitresses were in like fucking like Plunderer military uniforms and they got to see just how, or even better, Plunderer school uniforms. We got to see just how crap those are in real life.
Oh boy.
Like really shitty, like obviously Chinese sweatshop made cosplay. Like you can just imagine like real girls in shitty fucking Plunderer school uniforms and how awful that would look.
I mean, that's gonna happen eventually once the anime comes out.
Oh, I'm sure. I can't
Someone's
wait.
Gonna do it. Another thing that I'll throw out that I do think is really cool that the anime.
You're cutting out.
Of course, I'll drop 1 sec. Hang on.
Just gonna sit here in bitter, resentful silence.
Is it still using my good mic?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Why don't you just buy a better microphone already? The amount of fucking book clubs we do where this has been an issue.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, one thing that did make me somewhat excited for the anime a little more, or at least to hear it, is they announced some more voice actors for Schmerman and Alexandrov. And what's his name? Fucking... I already forgot his name.
Two-headed horse meat pie.
The voice actor for Schmerman is the same guy who played Kibutsuji Muzan in Demon Slayer and Senketsu from Kill la Kill. And I really like him. He's a great voice actor.
So hey, Senketsu.
Yeah, I'm excited to see his take on Schmerman.
I can't imagine Senketsu, unless he's doing a totally different voice. I can't imagine Senketsu's voice coming out of Schmerman.
Well, you haven't heard, he's got a pretty good range. Like
I'm sure, like he's a professional actor. Like I'm sure he has more voices in him than just the one. But I don't think I've heard anything else he's done. And so just imagining Senketsu's voice coming out of Sherman's body didn't fit. I'm sure he'll do fine.
Yeah, I know you don't watch Demon Slayer.
Well, I say that, but fucking like Bach's voice actor's terrible, so I have no idea. I can't expect anything from the quality of the voice acting.
Well, I don't mind Lick's voice actor that much, but
I think it sucks, especially because he's so fucking Tomoki, and hearing someone try and play Tomoki who's way worse at it than fucking Shuichiro Hoshi was is just so jarring.
That's fair, but I also don't think, like, as much as I love Shuichiro Hoshi, I don't think his voice would fit Lick, even if he acts similar.
I think it would work fine.
I don't. He'd have to be a bit more gruff, I think.
Maybe a little bit, but I think like it's just when the characters are exactly this, like not having Iori Namizu as Hina and not having fucking Hoshi as Lick just bothers me. When Sugata in Jail are the best one. The fact that Jail won't have Sugata's voice will really constantly bother me.
I do wish that, but
I say that like I'm going to watch the anime. I'm not, but
I really do wish that they brought back some of the actors just for fun because I mean.
Because fuck it, what else are we gonna do? Nothing else in this anime is going to be good. Might as well.
Jail's voice actor was a really good choice, though. He's great. I can't remember what other characters he played other than Goblin Slayer. But I heard like in the trailer he sounded like a really good fit for Jail.
Yeah.
But anyway, point is, the reason why I brought up Muzan specifically is because he's like the main antagonist of Demon Slayer. So I've heard like his sort of
is he Michael Jackson
voice? Yeah, he's the Michael Jackson guy.
Okay. Yeah.
And he's got a really damn cool voice that I think could like suit Schmerman really well if he just did something.
Imagining Schmerman going hee hee every now and then.
What if we had electric turtle soup? Oh my god! How did I not have a turtle dish?
Yeah, fuck yes.
Oh my god! Could you imagine if like one of the waiters like you were like, oh man, this turtle soup's really good, and then he'd be like, of course it is. I'm the magician.
I'm the waiter. Yeah.
I'm the line cook.
What is it about I'm the magician that's so funny? I was thinking about this. The line is hysterical, but I don't know why.
I think it's because like no one benefits from him saying it. It's just him like announcing like, how I just told you this story that is like supposed to be thematically connected to me and Lick. Let me connect the dots for you.
Yeah, exactly. There is some of that, yeah. But like honestly, I just think it's a really I don't know. I don't think that's enough to make it as funny as it is. It's got like there's like black magic making it funny, and I don't understand what it is.
I think it also has to do with the fucking delivery that we gave it when we read it.
That's true. After all, I'm the magician. Yeah, that might
like
be
he's just like deliciously enjoying himself.
Yeah,
like,
how fucking stupid the symbolism is. Yeah.
Do you get it? I'm the magician.
I know, right? Yeah, that might be it. Yeah,
and then I also think the point that they don't let it go either. Like in the school, in the entire school arc, like Nana's like he's like a magician.
Yeah, that's true.
When they're gonna experiment on Licht, Ferendo's all like, you guys need a magician to help you if you're gonna win this war.
I know, right? Yeah.
So it's like Minazuki's so proud of it that he doesn't just have the main villain like announce, I'm the magician. Everyone's like, wow, he's the magician.
Okay, yeah, those are all fair points.
Like, why would they spit? Like, you think they would say something like, you need a superhero, to save you, or like something.
Or you need a miracle.
You need a miracle, but they're like, no,
you need a magician. You need a miracle worker. That'd be better. Like miracle worker probably honestly be a better translation for that. Like I'm the miracle worker. Like I feel like that would work better and like almost all the context we hear the line in.
Fucking Daniel right there. I'm the viewer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Fuck it. It just and yeah, now quite a bit of the funniness is also coming from just my fucking joke last time. I was like, oh, after all, I'm the mailman.
No, that
I re-listened to that so many fucking times this week. It's so goddamn funny.
The fucking amount of time that I laughed at that floor.
I know, yeah.
Lost my fucking mind. I don't know what was so funny about it. But don't worry not, the mailman returns at the end of this volume.
I'm so goddamn excited to get back to the mailman.
Yeah, the best character in all of
I agree. Unironically, he's probably my favorite character in the fucking manga. He's so dumb, but I love him so much.
No, yeah.
Because he tries so hard and just
manga he really does. He's almost adorable in his final.
The manga hates him.
All right.
God.
You ready to actually read?
I suppose. Also, can we just talk about this fucking double page spread where Mizuki's again really making the joke that Lin's fat?
I think it's a cute page at the very
I hate this. I fucking hate any joke. It's like Lin's so fat. when she's
I,
literally a supermodel.
I think this, like, yeah, I get that the joke's old, but the page itself is really cute. Like seeing her like have a stomach ache from like you can see all the cookies around her. Her room's a mess, and Pele they're just cute. I like the two of them a lot.
Do they have bags of cookies in this fucking fantasy world?
Yes,
Okay.
don't think about it. Anyway,
Uh
moving on.
huh. How many more times are we gonna say "Don't think about that" in this fucking manga?
If that was my count, I'd be unstoppable.
Yeah.
So go back one page because there is a color page before the double page spread.
Uh huh.
So we open up. They're still in the abandoned fort city. What was
Where
it called
every
again?
town, where every building is painted white because everyone is really uncreative, like Minazuki.
It's a ghost town, dude.
Yeah,
Of
I
course
know.
it's white.
I think it's funnier if it's like Minazuki, like fucking, like every character is just as uninterested in world building as Minazuki is, and so they just erected fucking cardboard to live in.
This I will say the sky looks super pretty here. Minazuki's still like the best. It looks nice.
It's fine.
Look at the fucking lighting in it. It's beautiful.
It's okay. I've seen Minazuki. We know Minazuki can draw pretty skies though, because he made a fucking manga about it.
I know. I'm just saying it's nice to see. Like especially here, it looks extra like paintedly. You know, it's. I think it's very nice.
Like I'm distracted by how insanely bleached the entire town is.
Whatever. Anyway, it's true. Even the beams of wood on the floor are white.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Everything is fucking white. Why is everything white?
Anyway, so licked.
Apparently found that medical hospital for Lynn. Thank God that was there.
Well, I mean, it makes sense because this was like an abandoned place used by the special service. So, of course, they would have like modern medical equipment. And they specifically showed him taking
apparently.
They specifically showed him taking the time
living in bombed out ruins.
Whatever. Anyway, so he tells her that he like confessed his feelings to Hina and is like, sorry, like you get rejected. You're not the main character.
And like, ooh, Lynn's so fat on the next fucking page.
Yeah, that's why he dumped you, bitch. Anyway, so you open up. She's awake now. She's in a hospital.
She's got an IV drip because that's what people in hospitals have.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll help her gunshot wound in her shoulder.
I know, right?
Anyway, so Jail's there. I can't
because he just appears places.
Well, I mean, it makes sense he'd watch over his subordinate.
Wait, is this count 900 in this picture?
Well, that's his fake one on his uniform. You can see on the ballot still one. Yeah, that one hasn't changed.
Oh, okay, you're right,
yeah. So that's just his fake. It makes sense that wouldn't change.
Why wouldn't he just take it off at this point?
I don't know. I was looking to see if that book had a cover on it because that's one of my favorite things about Jail Hall.
It's just the fucking stupid books he reads. Yeah,
they're great. But this one just has a dragon on it. Sadly.
Yeah,
I guess he's interested in dragons now.
I'm sure with Minazuki's quality writing, that's just foreshadowing for like the big dragon final boss fight at the end.
There's gonna be a dragon, and Jail's gonna be like, "Oh, I got this, guys."
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I would not be fucking surprised.
Fucking oh my god, Ivan. He said all the color in the buildings went to Clown Man's hair. I like that he just calls Dawn Clown.
I know, just Clown Man.
Anyway, so Lynn asks, like, "Oh, did you do this, Lieutenant?" And he says, "Nope, I would never take off a girl's clothes to give her treatment." And we see, oh, she's in a bra.
A bra that once again looks way too fancy for the time period.
Yes. She screams.
And then Jail makes the great joke once again.
Lose weight, even though we can't even see her stomach.
Even though he wasn't looking at her fucking...
Yeah, he didn't even look at her. Yeah,
I know.
Anyway.
Minazuki just really must think this is hilarious. It doesn't make sense in the context of the manga, so he's including it for the audience's sake. Because we just think it's so goddamn funny. That Lynn is fat, apparently.
Now, if Minazuki just switched out every fat joke for a mailman reference, this manga would be comedy gold.
Wouldn't it just be? Yeah.
Anyway, so Lynn starts freaking out. She's like, "Wait, what happened to me? I remember running away from Dawn and getting shot by Sonohara. After that, my memory is And she remembers she confessed to him. Everyone showed up. But she goes, it was a dream. All that tangential writing couldn't have possibly happened. There's no way everyone from Homo
all that really
could have showed
stupid
up.
shit must have been fake.
There's no way everyone from Homo could have showed up.
That would be retarded.
But then as the next page we see, it was retarded and we're here.
Which is also retarded.
Yeah. But they're all just teasing her. They're all like, oh, bittersweet.
What's the baby doing in this panel?
I like the baby. I think the baby's cool. He's like doing a little cool pose.
He looks like he's high. Like he's somewhere else right now.
I think it's really cute. I think it's a cute background detail. But anyway, so all of them take it.
Also, she's literally Astria in this panel. Like without her like dark hair to make her look slightly different, she's literally Astria.
Yeah, she has the same face.
Absolutely.
Yeah. If you just like clip
also, why the skull after your love confession?
I don't know.
Because she like died doing it?
Maybe, I guess. I don't know.
We saw your shitty love confession where you did it so bad you died.
But everyone took it the wrong way and thought, because if you remember, and I do like this, because to them, they thought that her and Licht were already dating back in chapter 3 or 4. So when they heard her say like, what you need is someone to support you, they thought that she was dumping him. So they're all like, hey, good job dumping him. But then when she hears, dumped. I was rejected, wasn't I? And she goes, teehee, I was rejected. And this is a genuinely good turn the page gag, I think, where they're all instantly like, we'll kill him. Like seeing even like the babies holding a fucking mace. I don't know. I think this is cute.
I can't. I don't know what emotion I'm supposed to be feeling. I mean, I guess we're sort of in comedy land right now. But it's just...
Yeah, we are in comedy.
I don't know any of these characters, nor do I care about them. So, like, it's just...
What do you mean? You know Pops?
Fuck off. I don't know any of these characters. I guess this is just how they act, I guess. And they're all the fucking human. They're like a human execute. Like, they're just all the same person. They just all have the exact same emotions. Yeah, exactly. Like, they just fucking all feel the exact same way and do the exact same thing.
Well, I mean, they're just supportive of Lynn is the point. They're her friends. We've seen them like act friendly and like support her in the earlier chapters. So I don't think that this is.
I might just be like,
the character. Like these are background characters. You know, it's not like
that's the problem though. Is that they're back is that we're like, oh man, this comedy scene supported by a bunch of background characters we don't know.
It doesn't mean the comedy scene can't have funny background characters.
Yeah, but it's like this would be funnier if I knew who these people were and they had like if I could expect this joke from them. But as it stands, just like flip a switch and they're all this way now. Like they've never shown any indication of like that they would act this way, that they would kill someone for not confessing to the land. If anything, weren't they all making fun of her in the fucking bits in the town?
Oh, they just teased her about having a boyfriend. They didn't really make fun of her other than her skirt. But all of them were super supportive. Like the mom there wanted Lynn to name her baby. All these people, like we've seen enough of them to know.
It just feels like disconnected, I think. Like
I don't know. I disagree in this case. I think that we've seen enough. Fucking Daniel. We are the conglomerate, Lynn. Join us.
Yeah.
The boy does look like Krillin. Shit, you're right. Yeah, when he grows his hair out at the end of DBZ. But no, I think we've seen like enough that they're all very like funny, friendly people that are just like are super supportive of Lynn because of all she does in the town. That like they've been characterized enough for this to work. I think you're just because you've been so soured out.
Maybe that's a possibility.
And I'm not saying that just to like shit on you. Generally, I have a valid opinion, but I think that when you've seen things done like poorly by this manga, and then you see something that's done fine, your mind just automatically like thinks less of it, even if it's not a big deal.
Yeah, that's true. There's the whole concept of like faith in the author. Like
no, exactly. You know,
when you're reading a good thing that's bad and good, you're more inclined to give them breaks if like something doesn't quite work. Yeah, exactly. And you have faith that the author like knows what he's doing, and whereas here I just have no faith in the author, and so I just I'm not really invested in any of the characters. Like, I don't. Lynn, like, having her whole thing, I got rejected, doesn't really mean anything to me. And so a comedy scene predicated on that isn't really funny to me. Like, because I've never
That's
bought the fucking relationship between Lynn and Licht. Like, she was characterized as like falling in love with him like the fucking second she met him, and so I always thought their romance was like more of like a fleeting thing that's played more for comedy. And so now trying to like have like a semi-serious, well, yeah, but now we're having like a semi-serious plot line with her about like how she like was rejected, and now we're taking it super seriously, and the characters are like, oh, you're serious, but this will be serious too. Like,
well, no. What do you mean? We'll be said. This is a fucking comedy scene. It's not like they're. If
but it's a comedy scene. The characters are like if I actually bought that like Lane really loved Lick, this would be funnier, I think. But because in my mind it was always just like a fleeting thing. Like this comedy scene predicated on how bad Lynn feels about this, and the villagers trying to make her feel better about it. Like. That doesn't work when I didn't really buy their romance in the first place.
They're trying to make her feel better. They're just fucking like I don't know. I don't think that
they're trying to stick up for her and like
no, yeah,
like they're like, but like again, like they're doing that. They get angry because like they don't want to see Lynn be sad. But like,
yeah,
I'm not like I was never at any point believed in their romance enough to think that she even really would be sad.
Well,
like because she loved him the 5 seconds after she met him. Like,
no, yeah, and
they played that for a joke.
Yeah,
their entire relationship's been played as a joke. It's never been serious, and now they're having like a serious, sad moment about it. And the villagers are
well. She can still be upset about it. You know,
that's fine. Because, like, she can be upset about it. She can be upset about it, but like having the villagers then react super seriously, like, oh man, we don't want to see you cry. We'll kill him. Like,
you know, like if this was Pele, I'd get it. If it was Pele who's like shows up and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking kill Lick for this," then yeah, it wouldn't make sense because he would just make fun of her for it. But fucking the villagers here have every right.
It's not a terrible joke. I just am not feeling it. It's not.
Yeah, you're right, Ivan. We are spending too long on this page. My apologies.
Whatever. I don't give a shit. Are you kidding me?
I give a shit because
I think this is interesting. I think this is, to me, this is an interesting, like, emotional disconnect where the manga wants me to feel one way and I'm just not quite buying it. The manga wants me to laugh at this, but I'm like, eh.
I'm having
but it wants me to feel sad for Lynn, which I don't, because their romance was kind of bullshit. And it wants me to like connect with the villagers' empathy with her and their desire to like make her feel better and take revenge. I don't do that either because I don't know any of them, and their relationship was never that serious to begin with.
Like feel empathetic.
I think the page you cut out for the record. I think the page of her being like, I got rejected, like while crying, and the villagers being just like
little tears, and she's like smiling and like fucking.
Well, she's trying to make them feel better. Like she's obviously, in the last page, she's obviously taking it really hard, and the villagers are the ones who are trying to make her feel better.
Absolutely, yeah. But I'm saying like this isn't this isn't. What's the word I'm looking for? I feel like I've said the same thing 5 times over, and so have you.
Yeah. It's true.
I'm just running out of ways to say the exact same thing.
Yeah, we're mansplaining to each other.
Essentially, yes. Point is, I think it's a funny gag. I like the actions. I like that even, like, if you go to the next page, the baby's, like, shooting laser eyes like Tomoko did. And I think that's a
again, I'm just not feeling detail.
It. Whatever. Well, I am. I think the old man's got a funny face, too. It's just
this guy's no good. You know, he definitely has to die.
The dialogue itself isn't like hilarious. It's more just their reaction. But anyway, so they run off to go kill him, and then we see Sister Greengrocer, who
the walking plot device.
Yeah, she will return as we see later.
The plot device that walks like a man.
She gets a name in the most recent chapter too, but
what great character development! What great writing! Yeah. She got a name.
Yeah, she was introduced in chapter 3, and she got a name in 57.
Yep.
Anyway, so she shows up and she's following Jail around. She's like, "Lieutenant, what will you say to your heartbroken subordinate?" And Jail, being Jail, just like, "I have no interest in love affairs until I do later on. And I don't have any suggestions for coping." and she calls him deplorable. And he goes, by the way, you. I can't help but laugh. Fuck it. He's like,
and Mizuki trying to cover up his own shit writing.
So how the fuck?
So how did you show up there? That's the obvious question.
How did you know Lin was in danger? It takes days to get from Humho to here.
What great points, Jail.
Yeah.
I wonder how Mizuki will answer that.
And she goes, woman's intuition. She goes, oh, women have that special power. You wouldn't know since you don't have any interest in them, which obviously is just bullshit. Jail thinks about it for a second.
At least it's like permitted bullshit, like it's supposed to be. But the real answer isn't any better.
Well, I don't know. I think if it was literally, I shouldn't be more pissed than I was then with the reveal of the next page.
I'm still pretty pissed. Again, I said this last year. The only reason she is a military general is so that the scene last chapter made sense. Like,
no, absolutely, no. That's what I'm not disagreeing, but I would be more pissed if it was just like, oh, women's intuition, and then she walks away, and then like, oh, okay. But anyway, yes. Next page, we see that she was before. I think it's Lieutenant Aaron or Secretary Aaron. I can't remember what her specific title was.
Whatever.
Her name's Aaron.
Skype
before
girl.
Aaron. Yeah, before Aaron was Alexandrov's like right-hand man, it was actually this chick. And we can see
with an absurdly high count.
Yeah, 115,214 was her fucking
That's if her
count.
hair isn't covering fucking 5 more numbers.
No, that's all.
Oh, you hope.
You can
you
see the
fucking hope. I wouldn't put it past Mizuki like have her walk into a battle scene with some like 500,000 guys and then brush her hair back to reveal that she's been hiding like 6 other numbers.
An extra digit.
I know, right? Yeah, I wouldn't put it fucking past him.
No, yeah, but that's her count. It's huge.
Also, why is Sukuta just in it for Sukuta? Why is Jail just... That was a legitimate mistake. Why is Sukuta standing on stage in just plain clothes? Wouldn't, if he's going to a ceremony with his father, it'd be like dressed up in like an official like suit or like a little kid's version of the uniform? Like, why is he standing in like street clothes? Like fucking street rat clothes?
Because he was a street rat.
Street rat. Riff-raff, I don't buy that.
Buy some fucking clothes, Jail.
I know, right? Like, why? Like, aside from to establish this is back when Sukuta was a kid, because he couldn't tell that otherwise. Like, why? Like back when he was a kid and like had just been adopted, why would he be in plain clothes at this fucking military service? Why wouldn't he be in the audience? Why would he be on stage with everyone else while he's giving the speech?
He's with his papa. It's bring a kid to work day. He's up there
in the military during your fucking official speech. Yeah, they have those.
Yeah, it's just with his papa.
Again, you would want him to look nice though if you're going to do that. If you're gonna drag him out on stage, dress him up a bit. I mean, you're not hurting for money. You're not hurting for money, Alexandrov. Come the fuck on, man.
To be fair, Alexandrov thinks that like fire sunglasses are cool, so maybe he just genuinely thought, "Yeah, my son looks great. Yeah, that's good enough." He can keep the fucking bandage on his face.
Yeah, right?
Like, no one will think I hit him.
What the fuck?
Anyway, fuck
it's
off,
like
Daniel.
It's like Sukuta just got adopted like 5 seconds before the speech happened.
Fuck you, Daniel.
Like they went straight from the orphanage to the fucking stage.
Anyway,
because Mizuki has no faith in the audience, and if he fucking drew him wearing a suit, we might not be able to realize this is supposed to be old Sukuta right before he was adopted.
I mean, fucking Mizuki's just thinking like, how will they know it's still Jail if I don't put him in the same clothes I did the first time I showed him?
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god.
Anyway,
so plot device girl was a plot device in the past as well.
Yeah, so he turns around, but before he can even call her out, I do like this reaction. How he like doesn't even say anything. He just like gives it a look, and she's just like, "Shh." It's a cute page. But anyway, she's like you, I'm someone who deserted the army. Now I'm just a regular ballot holder.
Wouldn't it have been funny if Jail turned around suddenly because like, oh man, I forgot the eggs in the refrigerator. Like, and then she just like spilled the secret to him. Like fucking. I forgot to turn the oven off, and then she's like, "Yeah, he wasn't. He didn't even put the dots together," and she just fucking told him.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, I left the stove on, and then she's like, "Shh, I used to be in the military, but don't tell anyone." Like, he's like, "Wait, yeah, I know, right?" Like,
I also love that she's like, wouldn't it be boorish to poke into unnecessary things like world building?
I know, right? That's such a fucking. I'm going to make so many Star Wars comparisons like this fucking stream. This is so like when Maz Kanata hands fucking Rey the Luke's lightsaber that fell into a pit and fell into like Cloud City and like disappeared forever. And he's like, "Where'd you get that?" A good story for another time that we never told. Because who gives a shit? Like, fuck. This is such a like when like I don't want to talk about that. Like,
Fucking Ivan and Din, leave me alone, all of you. Stop thinking of me today. I can't escape my past. Speaking of escaping the past, on the very next page, we see Lick's Tomoki treatment.
Oh my!
Just got shit shoved in his ass.
This is so not funny. Like, this is unbelievably not funny.
I do think his face is like comically drawn, but like
not even.
It doesn't work as well as it does with Tomoki because like when
Tomoki's a dick, he gets beaten up.
Yeah,
Lick didn't do anything.
No, yeah, Lick didn't do anything in this case. He was doing like exactly what Lin asked him to do, so he didn't deserve it. Also, when Tomoki got shit shoved in his ass, it was Mikako. And it was thematic. I don't want to say thematically.
It was thematically relevant.
It went with the jokes that were going on. Like it was all about white, and then the light bulb and blah blah blah. And it was just funny. The imagery wasn't hilarious because something was in his ass. It's because fucking one, he was tied to the fucking sashimi board, which was hilarious, and they kept lighting up, so it was like a bit more of a funny joke, as opposed to just literally logs of wood in his asshole. Oh god, you can see blood too. Oh, that's horrible.
Coming out of the knife. Yeah, it's so not funny.
No, not out of the knife, from his fucking ass.
Oh god, you're right. Oh my god.
That's horrible.
Wow, how did he draw this?
That's a good question. But Pele being the reasonable being reasonable. I love that Lick is like, it'll take a while to explain, and he says, forget it. Because rightfully he doesn't want to know about this. But anyway, we get a little flashback. Hina's been trying to fuck Lick still. So he pulled a Metal Gear and hid in the bushes from her. And then the little girl who he fixed the doll for was like, "Oh, Big Brother Pudding, where are you?" And like drew him out. And then that's how everyone beat the shit out of him. Do you have anything more to complain about? You got anything to say?
I find myself again being bothered by Lick's superhuman speed not being fucking mentioned when it's convenient. Like, hey guys, I know this is a comedy chapter before you start, but like, even so,
how'd you know?
Even so, like, Lick, like, oh, I had to go hide somewhere so that Hina wouldn't find me. It's like, motherfucker, you are the Flash. Hina, go hide in Africa. Go hide fucking on the other side of the globe. She won't find you there.
Fair.
I know this is a comedy scene. Still, I was gonna say, it bothers me.
With that context, Miyazuki probably could have drawn like some fun, like gags, like with that in mind. Like maybe her trying to like jump him, and then all of a sudden he's like in the tree behind or something.
Hey, remember that scene in SNO where Ikaris Melon's following Tomoki around all day and she just like appears next to him? Wouldn't it be funny if Lick ran to the other side of the world and then he just appeared fucking right there like, hey, look at my tits? Wouldn't that be an actually decent joke? God, what I would give for some decent jokes. Anyway, this is what I got. Hello?
Oh, sorry. I muted my mic there first.
Dumbass.
I had a family person walk in. It was intentional.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Anyway, so the story's done. Pele tosses his hat off, and then we go serious mode very suddenly. All the writing is Lick's face. He is fully recovered because this is a serious scene, and we can't have him with a fucking butt face. This is to
We
happen.
can't have him with like sticks anally inserted during this serious scene.
To be fair, we can at least see him like starting to like pull them out and stuff in like the middle page, but like all the and SNL would do
what a terrible defense of this. To be fair, we can see him pulling the sticks out of his ass in the panel before we go back to
I'm not saying that it's funny. I'm just saying
what a terrible defense of this fucking shit writing.
Whatever. Anyway, next page. Cool ass double page spread. Pele, we finally get some more Pele shit. Pele just instantly pulls his sword out. This is, how do you know I can do surgery? Because if we remember the last chapter, when he showed up with Dawn, he just pawned off Lynn to him. He was like, hey, you deal with it.
Okay.
This is a really cool page.
I'm sorry. We're going to have to put turtles on screen.
Oh, okay.
We're going to have to do it. Oh no! Oh no! Turtles is broken! Fuck! No!
Broken?
I deleted the thing. Fuck. Oh well. It's fine. Spoilers. It's boring.
Just we don't want to like finish reading the scene first. Like, is it that immediate? Like,
if you want, I guess.
Just because, like, I thought it'd at least be relevant for Lick to explain how he knew first before we go into it.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, fine. Anyway. So yes, they finally call each other out. Pele says, "What's wrong? Answer me. We have plenty of time to question each other." And Lick tries to dodge it at first, saying, "Oh, it was just a feeling. Don't joke with me. You must know that 300 years ago, Hina took training as a combat medic. In other words, she was the most qualified to treat Sergeant Major Lin at that time. But you thought Hina wouldn't be suitable. So you left the Sergeant Major." I don't know why.
But you knew Hina's incompetent. So you gave it to me.
So you left it to me, yeah. The problem is, why? Because you thought I could do it? When did you figure it out? Back when we were attacked by the huge number of special service members under Sonohara. Do you remember? The existence of the special service is the most guarded of classified information. Even among the Royal Guard, no one knows it outside of Supreme Commander Alexandrov and a few others, which I won't name.
I know,
right? And naturally, few know anything about guns. But you had the perfect response. Those weren't the movements of someone seeing guns for the first time. From that, I knew. He found me out. Pele, you are no choice. I'll kill him. And now you can do the spoilers.
Okay, spoilers going on screen. 3, 2, 1. No. I don't Okay. So we know Pele can read minds. Why the fuck doesn't he just know that Brujito knows this?
Oh, why didn't he just read
there's so much in this manga. Like, I obviously haven't gone back and reread the earlier chapters, because why the fuck would I? But I am so confident that going back and reading the early chapters, knowing that Pele can read minds, I could find a billion fucking plot holes of like, why doesn't he know about this? Why doesn't he know about that? Like, in this moment, like, he's like, how do you know about this? When he could just read fucking Lick's mind and know. Like, the only reason he gets away with this right now is because we don't know that he can read minds for like 15 chapters or so.
Well, that also, but I mean, Pele, I mean, why didn't he do it previously? Like, as for before this moment, I don't think he can just pick out like anything in their mind.
Yeah, that's fine.
But like, about,
right now, when he says, "How do you know I can do surgery?" the first thing that popped to Rihito's mind is that he's obviously a baron. But like, he still continues asking, like, he says, "Hey, what's wrong? Answer me." Like, that wouldn't be the thing on Lick's mind right now that he could just figure out.
That's fair. But at the same time...
And again, I'm so confident that I could go back and find a billion plot holes about that.
I'm actually interested in seeing if I can figure that out too. Because you say that, but at the same time, Pele plays dumb for a good portion of the manga. So a lot of the times where you say, "Why didn't he know this?" Like... I'm pretty sure you could probably fit most of those under just him acting.
Isn't it so
But
great? Minazuki writes characters who are just aloof, and so any of their actions make sense.
it's different when he
It's like when you write an insane. It's like when you make a villain who's insane, and so you can have him
he's
do
a fucking
anything
spy,
regardless.
dude.
It's like the fucking what's his name in Sherlock, the BBC show, Moriarty. Like it's like how Moriarty is just insane, and so he can decide to kill the main characters in one scene for the big end of season cliffhanger, and then when the next season starts, he can just like, I don't care anymore, and walk out, and then he can walk back in the next episode and kill him then because he's insane and it makes sense, right? It doesn't matter. We don't have to have consistent writing.
That's a big fucking difference. No,
it reminds me of that. Like Pele is aloof, and so like it doesn't matter if it goes against his goals, or if he's like if he's trying to help everyone survive, like he's aloof, and so he doesn't do the thing. Obviously,
what are you fucking talking about? Like there's Pele.
I'm just saying you can cover up any of his fucking like.
I'm not trying. Well, my
anything he does with like he doesn't give a shit. Ergo, he makes sense.
I'm not saying he doesn't give a shit. I'm saying that like
it's like I'm saying it's a built-in defense for Pele's inconsistent writing.
That is fair, but I wouldn't say it's inconsistent because if he's written to be a fucking double agent, then why wouldn't his actions fall in line with that of a double agent? If anything, it'd be inconsistent if it wasn't the case. If he was obvious, if he was fucking like doing things like that.
I'm not talking like
also fucking.
But we see that he's willing to break from his fucking act, like when he saves everyone by disarming them in a very obvious way that he wouldn't know how to do.
Yeah,
like
I'm
saying right now though that he's willing to break from his act when Minazuki wants him to, and when he doesn't want him to, he can just say, "Oh well, he's aloof and he's a spy." Ergo, he doesn't use his knowledge that he has in this scene, whereas he does in this scene.
Do you have any examples?
I'm just saying it's.
Saying.
I am just saying. Like again, I haven't gone back. You're right. Yes, I can hammer this down more. I'm just saying that I know for a fact the rest of the writing is so shitty that I'm 100% confident that I could go back and find an example of that.
Here's the thing. It fucking comes, goddamn, it all comes back to the thing I brought up earlier, where I said that because, you're fucking, and I'm not going to say biased, but because there are a lot of like sloppily or badly written things in this manga, you like automatically discredit something, even if it's fine or even if it's good. You don't have a single example. And if you find some,
you're right. I don't have an example.
No problem. But you're just saying, "Oh, I know for sure," when you don't. You are admitting that you don't, and you don't have anything that comes to mind whatsoever, and are just saying, "Oh, isn't that convenient for Minazuki?" When you don't have anything to call your bluff. So if you find something in like the next stream, I would be more than happy to like discuss it and like give it to you if you're right. But I'd say Pele has been characterized pretty fucking well. Yeah, there have been times where he's broken his like act, and it's always been to protect Lin because, as we know, he genuinely does care for Lin, even if he acts like he doesn't.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. Like, I'm just so used to like super convenient writing in this fucking show. Like, oh, we have a girl who has Skype powers now, and
like I said, I understand where you're.
I'm so used to everything else being that way that like I feel like I could like knowing the twist and going back and reading the earlier manga, I could find examples of that. But you're right. Right now, I don't have any, and I am making assumptions.
Yes, you are. Also,
your microphone broke. Or it went shit. Anyways,
should be better now.
Yes. Fine. If you want to discredit that point, fine. I don't have a decent counter argument for that. What I will say is that right now his mind reading powers don't make sense.
Well, here's the thing: if he's already going hunting about it, to get an answer out of him, there's not really a need to read his mind in this moment.
He's asking him a question.
Yeah, and so if Lick's gonna
and he wants to confirm.
Yeah,
like the entire scene is him asking questions. What's wrong? Answer me.
If Licht continued to deny it, I have no doubt he would have just. But he's openly confronting him because, I mean, if Licht already fucking knows, then a confrontation is bound to happen eventually. So he's just rather get it out in the open, confront him, hear the answer from his own mouth, and then deal with the problem as he sees fit.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Whatever, just bring the spoiler thing down.
like I'm just saying that like the only reason this scene works like it does is because right now the audience doesn't know that he can read minds.
Well, that's fair, but at the same time, like, so he has to prod him to make him think about it to begin with.
The first question surely did that though. The big serious double page spread.
Well, yeah,
and
but
the one page after devoted to expressions.
If he can press Licht into talking about it just by asking again, like I'm sure if Licht continued to deny and was like, I don't know what you're talking about continuously, he would have read his mind, no problem.
He denies it for like 6 or 7 pages.
He denies it once.
No,
he says
like they're having a conversation about this for 6 or 7 pages.
No, yeah, but that's because the 6 or 7 pages is Licht fucking explaining. Here, let me show you.
But he doesn't have to explain. He can just read his mind.
It literally just goes, it was just a feeling, and he says,
if Pele's character, Pele's actions at the end of the scene are he knows I have to kill him. That's his ultimate conclusion. But like he can figure out that he knows, surely, as soon as he asks the fucking question. Ergo, like his best choice would be maybe to keep him talking, maybe make him distracted. Like fucking when he starts responding, like back when we got attacked by that, and just fucking like that's when I would fucking cut him as he's distracted with that and kill him. That I think would be the logical choice for Pele in this scene.
Either fucking way, you're saying that it's logical for him to get him to talk.
I'm saying it's
so like you're saying that even if he could read his mind, he would prod him into speaking nonetheless.
Maybe. Like I'm saying that like either there are 2 ways the scene makes sense. Either he like says the thing and gets it to come to the top of his mind and then kills him immediately afterward, or he decides, okay, I need to make him lower his guard a bit. I'll wait for him to start talking. That would make sense too. But then he keeps letting him talk and then acts like he doesn't know what it is yet.
I will say that like you're right in the sense that this is for the audience.
Yeah.
Like
that's what this ultimately comes back to. Like this is obviously we're explaining this for the audience, and the only reason the scene works is because the audience doesn't know about fucking his special bullshit power.
Fair enough, but I still think that like even if it's presented with like what's the word that I'm saying? Even if it's presented or it has the underlying goal of that to explain it to the audience, I don't think that the way it's presented is inherently bad. Even with further knowledge. I don't think that this is like a bad scene. I think that it's fine.
I mean, my position is that it doesn't make sense once you know the twist.
Also, thank you, Daniel, for asking. Christmas went pretty okay for me. Okay. Bring the spoilers down so I can talk about Christmas for a second.
Okay, sure, I guess. So we had a big whole, for the audience who skipped that, we had a big whole long discussion about this scene and bullshit that happens later. And then Isaiah just immediately jumps from our discussion to, I had a good Christmas, responding to look at the Daniel in the chat. Like,
yeah, well, you know what? Maybe I needed some fun.
It was such a sudden cut from serious spoiler discussion to, I did have a good Christmas. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, it was so rubbing off on me.
I know, right? Yeah, it's like switching from switching from a drama scene to a comedy scene. It's like the podcast version of that.
Yeah, so thank you for asking, Daniel. Christmas went well. Surprisingly, the highlight of the day was spending it with Sai over here. We watched Arthur Christmas together.
Oh yeah, that's something we should mention at some point, isn't it?
That was the highlight of my day.
Yeah, Arthur Christmas is a fucking fantastic film. Like it is
the best Christmas
it's probably
movie I've ever seen.
I think it's the best Christmas movie I've ever seen in my life. But I rewatch it every year because it is so good. And the reason it's so good is because the writing is so fucking good. And let me tell you, it was such a wonderful break. Like between reading Plunderer with Isaiah and all the shit, all the people analyzing Rise of Skywalker and me having to watch Eternal My Master a billion times. Between all of that, really my only media consumption recently has been Factorio outside of that, which has no story. And so I've just been so consumed lately by shit writing. It was so nice watching Arthur Christmas again and remembering that, writing doesn't have to suck. It can be really good. That was a wonderful experience for me to break out of the fucking swamp of crap writing I've surrounded myself with recently.
Arthur Christmas is definitely one of the most tightly written things I've seen in a long time. Every fucking thing
matters.
The fucking, when you brought up, without spoiling the movie for those who haven't seen it, how relevant Arthur's fucking shoes are for everything.
Arthur's shoes are tied into 6 different plot points in that film. They're introduced
they're
as a
all-
throwaway joke, but they keep coming up again and again as plot points.
Yeah. So that was really impressive.
Yeah. Like, nothing is introduced in that movie and then thrown away. Everything fucking matters.
Yeah, it was honestly a really great watch. I recommend you guys all see it.
Yeah. And like I said, it was just such a refreshing break from crap writing.
Speaking of crap writing, back to Plunderer.
Yeah. What a good segue.
Pele takes a swing at Lick's neck, and Lick finishes his sentence by saying, "You are Lynn's friend, no matter what." Of course, that makes Pele stop because it's dramatic.
Because he was able to say those fucking 5 words in less than the time it took him to move his blade 2 centimeters.
Hey, he's super fast, is he not?
I just imagine him saying this line like, "Lynn's friend no matter what." Yeah, exactly.
That'd actually probably make for a pretty decent joke.
Yeah. Also, Ivan, fucking Isaiah made the joke too. Like, look at Sai obsessing about shoes again. Like,
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
It all comes back to the shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so then just taps it.
Line. Please read it.
Like, what? Wait, what?
Read the line.
Lick's line or the thing?
Yeah, Lick's line
in the chat. Like fast or
no? The next whatever. And as Lynn's friend, you're not my enemy, no matter who else you are. I just imagine Sherman in the big final boss fight being like, "Hey, Lynn, you're my friend," and Lick's like, "Oh no, I can't attack him now."
God damn it!
I know, he's my one weakness.
So, the stream hadn't caught up for me, so it showed you were still on the other page. So I was like, "When's he gonna move?" Yeah, sorry. I do like how like nonchalantly like Licked moves his blade away. Like, you're no concern. Like it's nice. It looks nice. I like it. Anyway, so Pele sheathes his sword,
and the walking plot device comes over to distract us from what just happened.
Yeah, she's like, hey, over here, Pele.
Pay attention to me now.
Yeah. So Pele goes back to chibi aloof mode. He follows her back to Sergeant Lynn's room. And greengrocer lady, I really should go translate her name and then actually call her that. But she's all like, "It's a chance with a girl who just had her heart broken. I pray for your success."
Pele picking her up on the rebound.
Yeah. We'll see that is a common occurrence.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Pele gets shoved in and she closes the door. And now we see Lynn all by herself. Lynn's been crying. And Pele has the reasonable audience response. Yeah, just
I guess Minazuki wants to make this a serious plot line now.
Oh, God, I gotta fucking take this seriously. God damn it. Fucking Pele desperately searches the room for a carrot to shove in her mouth. But anyway, she's laughing, trying to laugh it off. She's like, "Oh,
I can't find a carrot. Weird. What else can I shove down her throat?" You just something long and that will go down her throat. What else is in this room that I can put in there?
Takes his sword.
I mean, I guess there's that, but
I know, yeah. Anyway, so she's like, "Oh, I'm just shaken up. I'm sorry because you went out of your way to help me, Pele. I was rejected." Pele. This page is kind of goofy because I know it's supposed to be like dramatic and he's like in her face, but all I can imagine is him like running and leaping onto the fucking bed. Like
I know, like a child. Yeah. Well, okay. I just remember, my mind goes to the SAO alternative. Did you ever watch that?
I watched like the first couple episodes. That's the Gun Gale one, right?
Yeah, Gun Gale Online.
Yeah, no, I watched the first couple of episodes.
That's a really good fucking show, surprisingly.
No, yeah, I was surprised.
But there's a bit in it where Karen, the main girl in real life, gets like shoved against a wall by one of the other characters. And he does this so that he can tell her how much he loves the villain girl. And and she like, but at first he like shoves her against the wall, and she's like, "Oh, this is my first wall shoving, my god." And then he's like, "I love this other girl," and she's like, "Ah, my first wall shoving was so that someone could tell me that they love someone else. Life sure is funny, isn't it?" And, like Minazuki's trying to do the fucking serious wall shove thing here, but it doesn't work because she's laying down on a bed.
She's in bed.
So,
and
it just
so
looks fucking stupid.
Jump onto her.
Yeah, the boing.
Yeah, but fucking Pele speaks for Sai's opinion and says, "I can't care about you being rejected by another man."
Yeah, pretty much.
I will say that I think this is like a similar sort of. But before we get into it, this sort of I think that this setup works a lot better than the carrot scene. I will say, aside from
what a low bar! What a low fucking bar!
Hear me out. Hear me out.
That bar is under fucking ground, Isaiah.
but here's what I mean. My point is that Minazuki can do a better mix of like fan service with like Pele being like an in-character asshole as opposed to just shoving phallic objects down her throat.
I'm so glad for him that his writing is ascended above that level.
I'm not saying like, oh, good for you, Minazuki. I'm saying like, hey, he's showing he can do better, and it sucks that he didn't do better before. I'm not like giving him a pat on the back. I'm just saying like, well, here he showed that because in this scene, like we do get some fan service out of it, but it works better because there's a reason for it, and he's not just being a weird asshole. So like first the reason why he climbed on her. You think it's to wipe her tears, but he's just peeling back her eye to check for anemia. And then he's like, "Oh, let me see your wound on your shoulder." So of course he has to pull the blanket away. And yeah, it's an excuse for fan service, but it works better in character because it's not just like, "Oh, I'm sad about licked. Here, take some carrots. Let me tell you you're ugly, but that it made me horny." Here he's like being an in-character dick by not really caring about how she feels, but also still trying to look after her like as a person, you know what I mean? Like, also, I will say that the next page when he like spreads her leg is a really fucking funny out of context panel that I've used many times with friends.
Yeah.
Good. This is fine too. But anyway, so he checks her wounds and he's like, "Fine, then wait here." And he leaves. And he comes back with food. Man, he looks so fucking tsundere on this page.
He does.
The fucking male tsundere.
I can imagine Luis making this face, or Taiga.
No, right? Like him just walking in with the food. Let's see the dishes here. I wonder if any of these
are in the fucking Plunderer cafe. Yeah.
There's a liver terrine. I don't know. Is that how you pronounce it?
I have no fucking clue.
Terrine? I don't know. But anyway, watercress pottage. The fuck? I love that even Pele's like, it doesn't fucking matter. He's like, you don't need to know what it's called. It's food.
What great writing.
Well, I mean, it's in character for him.
So here's some food. Here's some food. After that, who gives a shit?
Whatever. Anyway, she's all like, "Oh, Pele, you made all this?" He says, "That's right." And I do love that, like, she's almost like doubtful, and he's just like, "The fuck's with that look?" But she eats it. She's like, "Oh, it's amazingly tasty."
And he offers some jelly donuts.
Oh, fuck off. Jelly-filled donuts, your favorite. He gives them to her. Then he sits down. He goes, "Well, it was just by chance." "Wrote by numbers?" "Yeah. By chance that Mr. Pudding's interest changed. It's just that. You can't stay sobbing forever. Other people have their own views, so try talking to the lot from Hum-Ho. I doubt anyone will refuse." The people of Hum-Ho.
Wait, what's happening right here? I've lost the plot.
It's translated wrong, but he's like saying there's plenty of other fish in the sea. Try like asking out someone from Hum-Ho. That's the town that they're from. Like I doubt anyone will say no. And then she thinks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's not translated well because he's like, other people have their own views, so try talking to the lot from Hum-Ho.
Right,
and
yeah.
It doesn't flow out, but it's the translation's fault.
I just had no idea what's going on for a moment.
Yeah, but anyway, she's all like, "Sergeant Pele, I have a question. Does that include you?" And we see that the dramatic leaves, and then they turn to dead. I think this is a fun use of them. How they like just die.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Of course not, hag.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that he used hag as opposed to fatty for once.
Oh, thank God, Mizuki wrote a
Right?
different insult. A different, completely ill-fitting insult, but at least it's not the same one again.
Yeah, I do think this is a really moment. Fuck off, Daniel. Fucking Daniel in the chat. Wipe her eyes.
Yeah,
Anyway, but this is some cute dialogue. She's all like, "Oh, but Sergeant Pele, if you're this good at cooking, you could make for a good wife, you know." It's like, shut up and leave it alone.
Say.
Yeah, and then she's all like, "By the way, I'm your superior, you know, Sergeant Pele." Good to say. And she goes, "Mr. Sergeant," which is just cute. This is some nice characterization between the two of them, I think. So go on, tell me that chapter was poopy butts, and I'll tell everyone that it's secretly a masterpiece. And then we'll move on to the next chapter.
This chapter was poopy butts.
This chapter was a masterpiece. No, yeah, I like this chapter a lot. And granted, I will say that I am biased because Pele is one of my favorite characters.
Really, you are. I hadn't noticed.
Shut the fuck up. I'm extra biased here because Pele is one of my favorite characters. I think that like the building of him across the manga to like the little subtle like hints that he was something more. Like I always knew that something was up, but like seeing
because Minazuki is incredibly unsubtle.
Oh, well, he wasn't like too unsubtle. Like the gun thing wasn't like the most obvious thing. Him obviously noticing the walkie-talkie was a bit more blatant, but it was with purpose, you know. Mm-hmm. So even if it's not like super subtle, like it builds the interest of you being like, oh fuck, like what is up with him? So seeing it finally be addressed, even if not fully, is really fucking cool. I think that this is some of the better characterization of Pele and Lin's relationship, where like again, as opposed to dumbass carrot scene, like he's being a dick, but he's reasonably being a dick. Like he's looking after her. He's bringing her food. Like he's talking rudely, but he's acting kindly. And that makes him a lot more endearing, you know? Because like he's just not speaking from the heart, but he's showing how he feels through his actions. And like
that's fine.
him and Lin's bickering is really cute. It's just really cute, you know? I think that there was some like unfunny shit with Licht earlier, but on the whole, like this is a fine chapter, especially as for one of the like starting volume chapters, which is usually just like autopilot. There wasn't that much of it. It's really just the little thing with Licht, and then the rest of the chapter is just like Pele and Lin characterization, and I think it was a nice change. I like them both a lot.
Yeah, you could divide this chapter into the first bit where
I will say
Jail and Lin, and then the second bit where they do their confrontation, and then the third bit where Pele and Lin have the romantic scene.
That is true, and definitely
you can hear the gears clunk and shift between the fucking bits.
That is true.
As the plot device woman shows up like, hey, come to the next scene with me.
That is true. But there have been plenty of chapters like that, even in Sora no Tachimono, that we recognized but still enjoyed. And I think this is the same case, where like, you can definitely feel this chapter is very segmented. And the first third is definitely the weakest third, but the other two, I think, are both really good in their own right, both for progressing like the plot and for some good characterization. I think it was nice. I like this chapter.
I think the first bit is the worst bit by far.
No, yeah, the first bit is definitely
between the comedy I didn't like and plot device woman getting the vaguest hints of backstory so that she can like Mizuki can pretend she's anything more than plot device woman. Like that's terrible. And then the scene with Licht, the scene with Pele and Licht being bridged by really unfunny comedy, and then like I said, I had all the issues with like future knowledge of bullshit. And then I suppose the ending bit was okay. Like I didn't mind that. I if anything, I mind the fucking fan service with Hina or with Lin. I'm not a huge fan of that.
I get that, but like I said here, I think it's at least with some purpose. And
it is in character, I suppose. But
it's in character, and it's not like super uncomfortable or gratuitous like other things in this manga have been with fan service. Like,
I mean, it could be worse. You're right. Like,
and I'm not saying that to like defend it. I'm not saying, like this manga has done a lot worse, therefore this is a godsend. But I mean, like, even among Minazuki's
I do think as the manga tries, Like, okay, here's I think something I'm like just it's like sinking in slowly as we continue to read this chapter. I think applying SNO's formula to Plunderer doesn't fucking work. I don't think at this point, after you've shown the image of the fucking starving child in that one chapter, you can just have a silly comedy chapter like this anymore. I think that crosses the line. I think Pele pulling Lynn's legs apart and fucking like she's blushing, go, oh no, and Rihito with like logs shoved up his ass in the same like what 6-7 chapters away from
There's
starving child. Yeah, like I think we have reached the point where it's not okay anymore to have a silly, funny comedy chapter. I think that's really where my disconnect's coming from at this point.
That I can understand. I do think that Plunderer is at its best when it is just focusing wholeheartedly on like plot and characters, because it's never, even at its funniest, it's never been anywhere near as funny as Sorno Tashimono.
Yeah, all the comedy in this just feels like autopilot to me.
I do enjoy,
like I said, just it's so ill-fitting.
Yeah,
like Lynn died, or like almost died last chapter, and now it's like, ew, wacky shit, and here she has tits, and
it just
doesn't work. It does not work.
I will agree with you there. The tone, it's not nearly as good as balancing tones as Sora was, just because like the plot here is so much
so serious, so much more. I wouldn't say it's serious. Almost feels too generous and kind of word to use. It's so edgy.
It deals with more serious subject matter, not necessarily always graceful.
Yeah,
but because like people will like die in Sora and shit like that. You know, the Ikaros committed genocide in the past or whatever. But like. That
was very smartly brushed over, though.
Yeah, it's brushed over. It's never the focal point. It's not like
we saw some people dying in like one page, and it happened 6,000 years ago. So who cares? Like,
it's not the.
We saw a like fucking 2-year-old who like was like you could see his bones because he didn't have food. Like that crosses a line. Like you can't have SNO style silly comedy chapters in your manga after you do shit like that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I do think that is a fair criticism.
I think that's where I was coming from earlier, when I'm like, this comedy scene just isn't working for me.
That makes more sense when you word it that way, and are just like, I don't think that it's a tonal clash coming off of what we've had in the past. I can agree with that.
The little baby shooting lasers out of its eyes, like
that's fair.
It feels such like Minazuki just like doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Like, well, it worked for SNO, so I'll do it here.
We do get significantly less and less of that. Like that's
the other thing. It's like we have like I specifically remember I saw someone commented on one of the old live streams the other day. Like, why are you guys complaining about fan service in a fan service manga? I didn't actually take the time to reply to him. I was like, this isn't really a fan service manga anymore, though. We're trying to tell a serious story at this point. Like, and as we go on, the comedy in the fan service gets more and more incongruous with like what the bulk of the manga is. And so having a chapter like this that is comedy and fan service, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work.
That's the thing about like when it came to Sorno Atashimono, it was like equally as parts a comedy like ecchi as it was a serious story. And
there was a lot of balancing that went on to make both.
It was great. Like we would get like half a volume would usually be like comedy bullshit, unless it was like in the middle of a big arc, and then the other half would be like little hints of plot to keep you going, to get invested in the story. They very much would like work in tandem and like shift between chapters, whereas in Plunderer it's like in the same chapter.
Yeah, we have fucking Pele getting all serious and confronting Lick with his fucking sword, pages away from him pulling Lynn's legs apart.
But so I know what you mean in that regard, and I can agree with that.
It just really does not fucking fit. None of the comedy is funny. I don't like any of the fan service.
Daniel, has any character been killed with a gun in the series? No main characters as. But anyway,
they're all protected by plot armor.
That's a good reminder that we should continue reading, though.
Yeah.
To the next chapter.
So we are an hour and 13 minutes in. We got them with one chapter. and it was an inconsequential comedy chapter.
This is why we do.
Oh god, speaking of comedy, it doesn't fucking work in this show anymore. At least Ikaros is here.
Quick. Yeah, I do like that she's holding watermelon seeds over.
Yeah, no, the entire she's censored in the next couple pages, and the whole gag is that she's planting watermelons as the scene goes on.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
And then her using Aegis to like protect his dick. Like
one thing that I will bring up in the chat that I think, and I haven't done it yet, so I don't want to say it's definitive. So Din said that like, oh, Minazuki must have had a ghostwriter or something. I don't think it's so much that, but what a lot of people don't know about like manga is how important a good editor is.
Mm-hmm.
For one of the most famous examples that I think I can bring up, you probably won't get it because you never checked out Dragon Ball.
Right.
But like, you know who Cell is though, right? He's like one of the most famous villains of Dragon
Ball. I've seen that one video, like Cell voiced by Plankton.
Yeah, okay, close enough. So Cell is like the main Cell is the main villain of like the Android / Cell saga. But the only reason he exists is because so basically after like the big climactic Frieza arc, which is one of the biggest and best arcs in Dragon Ball, the next villains that Toriyama introduced were 2 robots, and one was a fat like clown and the other was an old man. And Toriyama's editor came to him and said, "Are you fucking serious? Like Goku just beat Space Hitler and now we're fighting a fucking fat clown and an old man. Make a better villain." So he made androids 17 and 18. And his editor was like, "Oh, these are pretty good. They're better, but they're bratty teenagers. We need these can't be the main villains of the arc. You need to come up with someone better." So he makes Cell, and Cell's cool as fuck. Cell is like really menacing. He has like a horror manga introduction. He has a cool design. And editor's like, this is getting better, but like you could improve on this design. Give him a new form. And so that's how he gets his fucking perfect form, because the entire reason that arc became as good and as like well known as it was is because his editor pushed him to keep doing better and to make tweaks to make the story longer and more satisfying. Because without him, he literally was just going to have like Goku beat the fat clown and the robot man, and that was going to be the end of the arc, which would have been really fucking shitty and unsatisfying.
Yeah.
So I wonder. But and then in the next saga though, because Dragon Ball had gotten so fucking big, he got a new editor in the Buu saga, and the editor was just like, "You could do whatever the fuck you want, Toriyama. You're fucking the Dragon Ball man."
George Lucas.
It's George Lucas did. The Buu saga isn't like terrible, but it meanders. It is very aimless. It has a lot of worthless villains. The character, like the focus of the primary character, is changing constantly. It drags itself out. There's like way too many fucking forms introduced, and it's all because there wasn't a no man there to push Toriyama to do better. So I wonder if this is a similar situation where in SNL,
I think it's honestly a pretty good explanation, honestly.
Yeah, where like
I am reminded of fucking the original Star Wars film, where it's very well known that the original cut of that was a fucking travesty. And it's only because George Lucas had people around him who could say fucking no to him that like the film ended up getting re-edited into something way better.
Absolutely, yeah. So I wonder if like in Sorno Tashimoto's run, Minazuki had that editor guy who was because Minazuki has very good ideas. He's got great concepts and he's a great artist. So I wonder if he just had an editor who was like, "Hey,
harder on him.
Yeah, keep the fan service separate here. Don't do this. Like remember to do this and this here, to just be hard on him." But now that he's had like the SNL was one of the most successful fucking mangas in the past decade, that with Plunderer, he either got a different one or his editor was just like, "Hey, you're Minazuki, just draw what you want to draw. It'll get fans."
Right.
So
Minazuki
was just like, "All right, I'll just draw what I want to draw," and not necessarily that. Just without like a second person there to be like, "Hey, you should try this."
Or shit.
Or like this isn't working. That could be the cause. And I don't want to like say that it's definitively it. I will check because like I'm pretty sure it lists the editors in the volume. So I do want to see.
That's really interesting.
No, yeah. If you look in the back of the volumes, there's credits to like assistant people that will like help on like background characters or something.
That is
Or
interesting.
no, yeah, mangaka are very rarely completely by themselves. Like
Right.
they do the majority of writing and art on their own, but they usually have a team of editors and like assistants that help with minor
Mm-hmm.
things. Just because otherwise they'd go fucking insane.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna check at the back of some of the volumes because I know that like for a few
Yeah.
of his manga,
Check both in SNL and in Plunder. Tell me what the difference is.
I
I'm
will because
curious.
I noticed that there was this one person that I saw, and I don't know what his role was, but there was like this one guy called Lightning that was always credited in the back of Minazuki's manga, and he was in Seven Ocean, and he was in Sora, and I think he was in Judas, but I don't think I've seen him in Plunderer.
Uh-huh.
But I will double check on that before I.
Okay, yeah, let us know next stream.
Absolutely, yeah. Fucking Isaiah, this was legit more interesting than actual manga. Fuck.
I agree.
I'm,
The actual manga is shit, but
fuck.
like,
I'm
but I've said this
destroying.
before. I've said this before. Like one of the most interesting things about Plunder to me is how it like contextualizes certain things in SNL. Like we fucking we both hated Hiyori killing herself. And at the time we both had different explanations as to why that might be. But in retrospect, I am now totally on board the idea that Minazuki just preferred the visual over what made sense. Like
Yeah,
he thought the idea of Hiyori killing herself on a noble sacrifice was a cool idea, and so had to insanely contrive the scene so that would happen. Like at the time, we're like, oh man, maybe an editor said like he couldn't kill a kid, or we had all these like rationalizations for him. Now, after reading so much of Plunderer, that scene to me has been recontextualized as he just prefers the visual over what makes sense. Like, and all the worst parts of SNL are like that. Like when Sugata hacks the rule, that's him preferring the visual over what makes logical sense. Like so many of the issues we brought up in SNL are him preferring the visual over what makes sense. And that's just, it's so clear in Plunderer that I glean insight into how SNO is made from it. And that's to me the most interesting thing. That's one of the reasons outside of the book club why I keep reading the manga is because it like reveals shit like that.
I'm glad I could do that.
So I agree with Din. That was legit more interesting than the actual manga. Because
right
now the actual manga fucking Licht is peeing and Lin is trying to fuck him. So yes, you'll forgive me if fucking this backstory of Minazuki and editors is more interesting than what's happening in this fucking manga right now.
Fair enough, asshole.
So Licht is peeing and Hina's trying to fuck him.
Yeah, that's the content I'm here for.
But thankfully Ikaros is here to save us from this incredibly dumb scene. Oh. Best girl Ikaros, fucking doing it time and again, putting in the legwork for Minazuki. So Ikaros like comes into the screen with watermelon seeds and hoe, right? Which is a stand-in for its symbolism for Hina.
I was gonna say, God damn it.
Yeah, and then she like begins to like bend over and like get things ready. And then after that, she sort of like, stakes the ground, gets it like nice and good, ready to like, plant, you get the dirt mixed up and whatnot. And then she like plants the sign so that she knows what she's planting in the area. And then suddenly her like garden starts to be attacked, and so she has to defend it. And then that was the chapter right there. Yeah, what did you think?
Pretty good.
I quite liked it. I think it was a bold choice to focus a chapter on Ikaros in Plunderer.
It was a really good callback to.
Yeah, exactly.
Watermelon chapter,
and it just reminded me of how good the old show was, and how I'm so glad that we just thrown away. It's like when Rise of Skywalker just threw away Rose Tico, but like with every character. So every bad character was just gone, and we could focus on the good ones.
Fuck off!
Play the first good chapter of Plunderer.
I'm so tired of you.
Okay, fine. If you want, I'll actually read the dialogue around Ikaros. I don't think you'll like that any better.
You know what? No, do it. Do it, wise ass.
Now, let's go ahead and make a child heart. Lin in the spotlight. The newest manga, Volume 9, is on sale to great reviews. Stop saying that! Newsflash! An anime is being planned out, unfortunately.
Yeah!
We all know how that goes. Lightning turtles are coming! Lightning turtles are coming!
Unlike season 3, it didn't get canceled.
right now. We'll have to wait and see. They
It
might
comes
lose
out in
faith.
comes out in less than 2 weeks.
They might
It's not
just
getting
stop
canceled.
when fucking no one gives a shit about the first couple
They
episodes.
just got a restaurant deal.
Do this and whenever, huh? You do this whenever and when or wherever and whenever, huh? Is it a fucking toilet or wait, is he talking?
No, Nana.
I don't know
Nana's
who's saying
like,
things.
Nana's like saying like,
Okay, no, so Licht is
fuck
saying
yeah.
this. So you follow me wherever I want to go. If I don't, you'd run away, right, Rita-san? That's what you're thinking of right now. When a man is doing his business, he's at his most defense. No, he's musical too. When a man is doing his business, he's at his most defenseless. It's exactly as you say. Curse me for not being able to hold it in. Fucking. And you. What?
You're having fun.
No, I'm not. I'm having fun reading the shit dialogue and making fun of, like, by proxy, making fun of you for it. Like, I was content to skip all this bullshit. But you were like, no, go back and read the thing. So now I'm reading the thing.
I didn't specifically say go. I just said let's get on with it, asshole.
And you preserve the order of things. Should someone who looks obscure be talking about messing up the order? Your mom would be sad about this. Actually, what my mom used to say is, if you find a man you like, open your legs and don't let him escape. How bad was your upbringing? And then, give it. No. And Ikros uses Aegis, which is adorable. And they have a standoff of Lynn's chickens versus Rihito's elephant. The elephant is funny.
Yeah, the trembling, like, scared-ass elephant.
Yeah. Wow, you two will do really it anywhere, huh?
All the chickens are fucking cracking their knuckles and shit. I didn't like that either.
Wow, you two will do it anywhere, huh? The washroom was kind of cramped, though. We had something to talk about, but another time? Guess so. Wait, I want to hear it right now. And also, Lynn has Kirby face again. Get used to that.
Oh, this is different. She's not.
And then she has Kirby face again on the next page after that.
But she's not doing the pout on the previous page.
She is doing the pout on the next page, though.
Yeah, and it looks cute.
It's her one face. What do you want to talk about? Something straightforward. I doubt it in this manga. What will you do now? I'll gather the original ballots and take the majority vote and aim for the wall of paradise.
You're such a dick.
Wow, that'd be a cooler line in a better manga.
Fuck off. Also,
I'll gather the MacGuffins and destroy the world.
To answer your question, Daniel, yes, it has. My opinion of Plunderer has changed.
Yeah, no, I actually asked him about this off stream.
Yeah.
Do you want to go into that at all?
No, yeah. Because when Plunderer first started, like back in 2014, I was still in high school. So obviously, just for clarification there, I was in 10th grade, I think, when it started. Yeah. So I thought like it was the hypest shit ever. Obviously, I was the hugest fan of Sorno Tashimono. So like going from that to this and just seeing how much better the art was and how cool the fights were, I didn't really care that much about like the difference in writing quality because I noticed it back then, you know. And like even though I've like read it by myself to read it, I never really took the time to analyze, go back that much like I would with Sorno Tashimono. Just because like I always knew that it wasn't as good as better or anything like that, but I never really stopped to consider why, nor did I notice like how many problems there were with the writing, because it didn't help that the chapters were so far spread out either. Like the translations of this were very sporadic. There was one point where like because the first group that was doing it like stopped doing manga in English because they were a Vietnamese group. It just went like a year without updates. So like it always felt very disjointed, and so it was hard to like even really remember what happened last time. So nothing really, because I didn't have that flow of information from one to the next, it was easy to forget little things. So now that I'm reading it again all and going through it after analyzing, like taking like months to go out and reanalyze everything that I love about SNO, and seeing the difference in Plunderer. yes, my opinion of it has lowered. That said, I do still really enjoy it. It's really hard for me to shake my bias for Minazuki, to be honest. Even with some of his worst manga, I've always been able to glean some enjoyment out of it. Like, I think that Sonata Birdie Rush is a pretty fucking crap manga, and I don't give a shit about golf either, so that doesn't help. But I still had fun with it. Judas is a pretty flawed shonen that's like more or less on this level, not quite as many logical leaps just because it's so straightforward, but I like it. So it is hard for me to divorce myself bias. Ugh. Like, I still buy the digital copies of every chapter day one when they release, like right at fucking 8 a.m. when they drop on the 25th of every month. Just because I really enjoy it and I love this. It's, and I can't call it a guilty pleasure either, because I don't think it's so bad it's good. It's just one of those things where I can recognize all of its faults and still say, man, I'm having a blast reading this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to explain why. But I just like the characters, and I do think that there are some really interesting themes, and I'll enjoy the setting quite a lot. I do wish that Minazuki would expand on it and do some better world building. And there have been a lot of times, even before the stream, but more during the stream, where I've taken the time to think, like, how would I rewrite that? How would I change this? Like when I talked to you about the most recent chapter, Jail's fighting like all those dudes, and I was just like, it would be a lot cooler and like fit the narrative a lot more if it happened this way.
Yeah.
But like I said, I still really enjoy it. My opinion of it has changed, and I have changed as a person, and like value things more critically. But that doesn't stop me from liking them.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, and to be honest, I was scared that would happen with SNO when I was rereading it. I was like, oh man, am I just gonna like?
Yeah, I say at the very start of the love letter, I've had that experience so much where I go back to SNO expecting to just hate it now because I've gotten older. And like, obviously it can't be as good as I remember it being. I was like 12 when I first watched it. It's aimed at fucking 12-year-olds. There's no way it's good. And I go back and it is good.
Yeah, it's really damn.
Yeah, absolutely.
That said, I still enjoy Plunderer. If I can, its flaws, see that like it is a big step down from SNO. I just have fun with it.
Yeah, that's fair.
If like, I can glean that fun,
I definitely don't have the same like anywhere near the same level of enjoyment of it that you do, obviously. But I don't. I don't begrudge you for liking it.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know.
Yeah, like you have like an emotional connection to it that I don't have. That's probably the major difference between the two of us at this point. Like the third character appears. The third narrator of the book at the Boob Club.
Sorry, that was my mom. I have again Christmas stuff going on.
Hello, Isaiah's mom. How you doing?
Oh, Austin says hi.
What?
Which
hi. Cat's inside?
Hi, mom. I'm on TV.
Yeah.
Where is she?
Outside. Well,
She's up.
What great content!
My grandma's there too. Let the cat in. There we go.
This is perfect. Let's sit them down and see what they think about Plunderer.
I'd rather not.
Let's show them the last like fucking Lynn rape scene from the last chapter and see what their opinion is of that.
Okay, let's pass on that and get back to reading this one. Now that we're
Isaiah's mom joins the fight. Everyone is here.
God damn it, Vaporweed. Piss off. I get that enough.
That's funny. His mom sounds hot. Also, Isaiah character development, I agree. It is fun to see your opinion change.
Whatever. I miss when I blindly liked it. I want to go back.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Take me back.
I
want to go back.
Nope.
Anyway, let's finish this. Let's get through chapter 2.
This is only vaguely relevant. I don't give a shit anymore. Have you seen Lindsay Ellis's analysis of The Hobbit?
No.
It's
yet.
really good. The theme, because this analysis video has a theme. It's like a story. The theme of it is the idea that like now when she watches movies, she like she can't divorce production details, like the suffering that like the actors publicly went through from just enjoyment of product anymore. Like she's sad that she is unable to like just blindly enjoy things that she once did. And the series ends with her going like, yeah, but that's adulthood. And so welcome to adulthood, Isaiah.
No!
Yep.
No!
That's a great analysis series. You should absolutely watch it.
I will.
I don't even like Lord of the Rings, but I still really like that.
I can totally picture like why she'd feel that way too after all the fucking issues she went through.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like no wonder she wouldn't be able to divorce herself from
Oh, absolutely.
issues.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, so
Anyhow, yeah.
the thing Doan talked about. What's even happening here? Oh, I'll gather the MacGuffins and destroy the world. The thing Doan talked about, huh? You're concerned about Class A. Yeah. So fucking someone in chat's like, wait, is there a wall at the edge of Althea? I don't think so. I think the Wall of Paradise is like the heart of the kingdom.
Yeah, so as they explained previously,
we don't know that. I'm just literally guessing because Minazuki's done no world building.
Well, they've shown us the Wall of Paradise in the previous chapter.
I mean, I get like we don't really know. I guess it's the place where Sherman hangs out a lot, and it's protected by all thing. So I guess it's like the main capital bullshit thing.
No, it's not the capital. The capital is New Welt. The Wall of Paradise.
It's like it's like the king's castle.
It's the special service headquarters.
Yeah, okay.
That's the Wall of Paradise. So it's this big wall. It's protected by all things, so only people that are permitted that can enter. And Doan said that he saw, or at least he thought he saw, the
Class
people
A
from Class A going inside.
Yeah.
So now Jail's like saying, like you're concerned about that, the Class A.
Yeah, but in the Army records, they were listed as dead. Even if somehow that's wrong, they weren't given the Baron operation. There's no way they'd still be alive for 300. Why couldn't they have been given the Baron operation like when you weren't there, when you were dead for 20 years?
Well, because their genes.
Why does he assume there's just no way that they could have?
Because back in the day, they could only the reason why there were only 7 of them was because their genes needed to match Schmerman's enough for the operation to be a success. That's why they didn't just turn everyone into aces.
That was like half the school though that apparently had matching genes.
There was 7 people in it, and there was fucking 3 classes, and even
20 characters between them.
There's 20 relevant characters, but if we're talking about actual people in the school, there's fucking not a lot.
Is it just a 1 in a billion chance that 7 people in the class happen to have matching genes?
Well, it wasn't even 7 people in the class. So from the class, Class A, it was just Licht and Tokikaze. Dawn was from Class C. Alan came from fucking Russia. Nana was a street kid. The 7th ace also came from elsewhere. And who else are we thinking of? Who am I missing? Dawn, Licht. Oh, Sonohara. So there were 3 in Class A. Dawn's from Class C. And then the other 4 weren't classmates. So saying only 3 students in the school could do it, I don't think is a huge.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's mighty convenient that we found that many fucking applicant candidates in the same place. And that, no one else, this just goes back to my whole thing, thank God all the relevant characters got the superpowers. Anyways, honestly, I also think that Doan saw it wrong.
Okay, because Dawn was maybe I was just seeing. So he's saying, honestly.
Well, that was just him. But that was just, in my mind, I read that. And I was like, that's just don't get your hopes up. But I thought it's not I don't think Licht actually believes that he just was mistaken. It's just a weird line. Anyways.
Fair.
But if they really are alive, then I want to see them again. Well, then you have to get the remaining 3 original ballots, right? So Captain Allen and the Special Service headquarters. We can't go to the Special Service. I don't know who has them. And if by some chance they're behind the Wall of Paradise, I have no choice but to go there. Can you even go there? Isn't it like
Well-
only people who like have?
Well, here's the thing though. That's why they're saying then we have to go to Captain Allen first because the Royal Capital has 3 of the ballots there. The Special
Mhm.
Service has 3. So if we get the 3 from Captain Allen with Hina's, they'll have 4, which is a majority. So they can
Right.
allow themselves to enter if they have that majority, and
Right.
then they can go storm to get the other 3 and get
Mhm.
all of them.
Yeah.
So that's their plan.
Fair enough. Then Captain Allen, so the capital, but that'll be hard. It won't only be him there. 3 generals of counts over 10,000 are present. God, numbers
Keep
are so
that in
meaningless
mind.
at this point.
Keep that in mind.
Oh yeah, 3 very important generals who are definitely big players in the manga are there. The counts
please
over
keep that in mind.
10,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tuck that one away into your brain pocket. So like it won't only be him, there'll also be 3 generals with over 10,000 counts. And again, counts are just meaningless at this point. Like there's a thing where you're like designing like gambling games where it's a rule where you want to use big numbers because big numbers feel better. Like if you're designing a gambling game, you want to use 100,000 as opposed to like 100. Like, because if you win 100,000 points, that's way better than winning 100 points, even if they like equal the same thing and when the math works out. And
Yeah.
so like it just reminds me of what you do in like gambling games, like shit for kids to make them feel important. Like
No,
3
that's
generals
like-
counts over 10,000. Like the numbers are fucking meaningless.
Mhm.
And I feel like he could have easily kept this being more meaningful if he just kept everyone with a smaller count. Like,
No, yeah. The
and
count
especially this is a
escalation
bigger
was
problem as the manga goes
definitely-
on. Yeah.
Yeah, the count escalation was already rough at the start.
Yeah.
But it goes off the rails very soon, as we'll see.
Yeah, like right now we're like 37, we're like 40 chapters in, and we've gone from like the beginning where like 800 was a big count to now people have to be over 10,000 to be a threat, and then like 15 chapters for now it'll be like someone has to be like 500,000 to be a threat. Like it's so it's just so bad.
Yeah, the escalation isn't great, but
Yeah.
C'est la vie.
Taking them on won't be a casual thing, even if you win the
Keep that in
5,000.
mind.
Yeah,
Keep
I
that in
know,
mind.
right? I know, right? Even if you win, the 5,000 soldiers stationed with them will surround you. You could try to infiltrate and aim for a gap in security or on the generals, but infiltration is also difficult, because both you and I are well known. Can we get disguises? Useless. There are passport requirements, and those are specially made using ballots. They can't be faked. How lucky. It's
I actually
simple.
like that. I just wish that would expand on things like that. Like
Yeah,
we'll
no,
bring
that's
up, like-
actually a decent bit of world building that they have
yeah,
just
right.
god powers and they're using them to make sure their security isn't shit. It's a
Yeah.
shame they don't do that more often.
No, that's the thing, and that's like I like.
I
this
made
line,
fun of it, but yeah, I don't hate that.
No, yeah, like this is the sort of thing that we should have learned like in the first chapter, because like you
Yeah.
say, like from first glance, this world isn't all that different, even though like we have
Yeah.
all these weird counts. This is something interesting, like
Yeah.
oh, your counts and ballots are like tied into. They're basically like also serve as ID for you. That's something
Mhm.
that's interesting because that like prevents fraud because
Mhm.
it's something that's literally tied to you and who.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a shame. Like I was so quick to dismiss that as a bit of convenient writing for why they can't just like sneak past shit. But yeah, you're right. That is like a decent bit of world build. Like the only reason I assumed it was shitty writing at first was just
It's
because there's
that's
so
all we've gotten.
exactly, yeah. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
like
if you force me to eat enough shit and then you hide a cake somewhere in the shit, then at some point I just don't taste the cake anymore. Like,
Like the first few chapters, I really think like sure we can have it start the same way, like with the big fight or whatever, because you need a way to hook the audience. But if the following few chapters before we had the big demon just like followed Lin or Hina or whatever, just like seeing more of how the world worked before
Yeah.
we got the big revelation that like
Mhm.
because I do still think that like the twist of what Alzia really is a really cool fucking twist.
yeah, I
But
agree.
if we had some time to like get to know how the world worked first and like get to love it and then
Mhm.
find out holy shit, this world is a fucking sham and they're like all living off the backs of the rest of humanity suffering, it'd be a lot more impactful.
Right, yeah. Yeah, there are just like a lot of world building questions I would love to have answered. Like, here's something. I guess this is a little spoilery, but I don't give a shit. Later, we find out that Alcia is literally like stealing food from the abyss, and that's how people.
Well, we
are
know
eating.
that already at this point.
Well, yeah, but we specifically sort of see how that works a bit later. Anyways, point being, like, how does that work? Like, do like the arms just like give all the food to like Schmerman and then he passes it out? Do the arms hand the food they get to like restaurants? Like, are they delivery arms? Like,
no, yeah.
How is the food distributed? Like,
yeah, because obviously the commoners don't know the secret.
Exactly. So like Lynn runs a restaurant. That would have been a great way to show that.
Nana runs a restaurant.
Or Nana runs a restaurant. So that would have been a great way to show that. Like, hey Hina, why don't you come along with me? I'm going to get my food from Althing.
That would also be a great way to add more rules as to like why you can't attack. Because they like say attacking all things like
like why is it? Oh, because it gives us food and it's but it's the means by which we live, and therefore it's a holy relic that gives us prosperity. It's a god. Therefore, we cannot possibly touch it, and that makes that later scene make more. You see how writing can be used to make shit make sense, and then that improves the rest of the goddamn story.
No, yeah. That's
shit we literally came up with on top of our head is just improving the story before our very eyes right now. Like,
I know. That's why
sad,
I say,
incredibly sad that someone like Minazuki just doesn't fucking bother.
Mm-hmm. I do still appreciate.
God, that is such a good idea too.
Yeah, no, it is. I actually really like that we spitballed there and it came up with something interesting. And I've been thinking of stuff like that for a long. Even when I liked Plunderer, I always thought. And even when
I liked Plunderer, that was a Freudian slip right there, my friend.
Even when I was blinded to Plunderer.
Yeah.
I do still really like Plunderer, but I think a lot of it also has to do with the fact that it's a monthly manga. Because when it comes to
SNO is a monthly manga.
It was, but I mean, like, SNO didn't have the same sort of world, like, weird fantasy world to introduce. It was our world, and then just, like, sci-fi shit would show up. Yeah. And, like, it was handled well, but I mean, like, they don't have to, like, build an entirely new, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, when it comes to monthly manga, for the most, each chapter more or less has to be a self-contained story, unless it's, like, a big fight.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll see that whether it be SNO or Plunderer, like there's a lot of just one-off escapades where, like, even if it's an ongoing story, the plot, like whatever the immediate thing that needs to be resolved in the chapter will be resolved by the end of the chapter. Mm-hmm. And you kind of need to do that by proxy of it being a monthly manga, where people have to go so long without content that if you leave them feeling unresolved, it's not going to help your manga survive. Whereas with weekly manga, they have more time to experiment with stuff like that and actually. And I'm not like excusing it. Minazuki obviously could go into the work of that, but I can also see, like, again, an editor being there, like, no, we can't take that, or even Minazuki himself. It doesn't matter who, just being like, hey, we can't have like 2 or 3 chapters of just like boring shit without any like cool fights or anything to draw the eyes in. Because if someone has to wait like 2 months to get to another something that's like exciting, we're not going to gain popularity. And when it comes to manga, like maintaining popularity is really hard. Series get canceled in magazines all the time.
Yeah.
Probably
what happened to Doku and Cooking.
Exactly, yeah. Doku and Cookie. It tried to like slow it down, the plot, after just being gags, foot fetish, weird gags for the first however many chapters. The second Minazuki started drifting from that and building the world, it got axed.
Mm-hmm.
So at the same time, it's also again, it's still fair to critique it for it, but I understand that like fear in the world of manga because it is fucking hard.
Yeah, I don't begrudge him for that. Like, at a certain, I do hate the argument. Like, well, if you're fucking got so many bright ideas, why don't you do it? Like, it is absolutely hard to be in Minazuki's position and be on a monthly schedule where you have to draw everything and write everything, and you don't necessarily have the time to stop and think about shit like this. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I do sympathize to an extent. But at the same time, Like this is a commercial product that I am buying, and
No,
I
that's the
would
thing.
have I would have dropped it a billion times by now because it lacks stuff like that.
Yeah, like there's absolutely other examples of things that like have been under the same circumstances and done better.
Yeah.
Granted, it also depends what magazine you're in. You know, like
Mhm.
Shonen Ace is a very specific demographic that you need
Right.
to like include things to appease.
Mhm.
Um, which is, but anyway, now we're just going down a bit of a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
It's okay. See you, mom.
That's it. It's the return of the best character. This is all foreshadowing for the future book club arc where Isaiah's mom takes over for him, and Isaiah like becomes fatally ill because like someone stabbed him randomly from a portal, and so like his mom has to fill in as my
What could
co-commentator.
that be referring to? I wonder.
Who knows? We might find out in 20 years when we get there.
I know, right? Holy
Yeah.
shit! We're literally going.
I have very thoroughly enjoyed these side tangents. Honestly,
No, honestly,
Like-
I think that like, and I bring it up like every stream. It's been going like one per volume, and as much
Mhm.
as we like fight and bicker and like go on long tangents that distract from the manga itself, we're having like
Yeah.
conversations, which is more than we could say for a few of the S&O volumes. Where
But
we
yeah,
just,
we said that before.
we just sit there and be like, "This is good. Yeah, this is man.
Yeah.
This chapter is a little autopilot. Yeah, it sure did. Let's read."
I mean,
the next one."
I am someone who is just continually fascinated by like writing. I don't know if that's come across from how much I complain about the writing and things. But like I am just so like writing is one of my passions. Honestly, like it's one of the things that I'm really good at. Or I like to think that. And it's something I'm continually always trying to get better at. You know, I am fascinated by like works of art or YouTube creators who I see as like making things with like really incredibly good writing. Like, and then I tried, and then I love the everything about it. And so like when we just have 20-minute tangents where we just discuss writing quality, where I get to spitball like, oh, wouldn't it be so much better if Plunderer did world building more often? And we spitball ideas back and forth, and we discuss why that can't happen, or like difficulties of that because like a weekly schedule or a monthly schedule and Minazuki realities of the industry. Like to me, that's honestly more interesting than fucking manga. Like the manga to me is a vehicle to get to those discussions. Like
That's fair.
I am so far past caring about what the fuck happens in this fucking shitty story. But like I come here week to week because I enjoy talking about writing quality and I enjoy the tangents we get into. To me, the 20-minute long tangents are the book club.
That's fair, and
that's what I'm here for.
It is called a book club for a reason.
Well, I mean, it's called a boob club, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not just like a live reaction sort of thing. It's like the whole point is
we are so far past being a fucking audiobook for shit. Like that may have been the case for SNL, but like if you want to read Plunderer, you do not come to our stream. You just go and read Plunderer.
Yeah, this is for the discussion and everything comes with it.
Yeah.
That said, I do recommend reading Plunderer.
I don't.
The omnibus edition of Volume 3, which includes.
I recommend buying it and then burning it just so that Yen Press might license SNL one day.
Fuck you, don't burn it.
And so you don't have it laying around the house. Anyway, that's what I hate to do. At the end of this fucking book club, I need to take my Volume 1 omnibus, take it in the backyard, and just burn it. And that'll just be the end of the book club.
Please don't do that.
How funny would that be, though? Come on.
You know how some like
I am never going to touch it ever again. I might as well get some use out of it.
You know how like a bunch of Americans burn the flag?
Uh-huh.
This is my burning the flag. Don't you do that.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Don't you disrespect my holy sacred text.
Uh-huh. Anyways, so back to the manga story. Nana comes up with
what real quick. I want to touch on what Daniel said in the chat because they typed up a big thing.
Be my guest.
They said that
I like how Daniel's like, sorry for the wall of text, 2 paragraphs. My fucking script for part 10 right now is 33 goddamn pages. You want to talk about 2 paragraphs being a wall of text?
Oh, by the way, I think I'm on. What page am I on now? I'm almost at part 3. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Woo-woo!
Very nice.
Yeah,
part 2, by the way, simply titled "Why." That's where I say that is right now.
Because I wonder why I'm reading this still. But anyway, What was I going to say?
Hey, while you address his point, can I go to the bathroom?
Okay, sure, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, power creep is a very common thing. New, like you can look at Dragon Ball examples, like fucking Goku and Krillin, like they had a power level of 400 first chapter, and that was not the first chapter. That was fucking Dragon Ball's long as shit. But at the start of Z, like Raditz shows up, and they have a power level of a couple hundred, and he's like a few thousand. I can't remember the exact amount. He says he's way stronger than them. So they train, and then all of a sudden they're like close to his power level, or at least their techniques are, because even if they're not as strong, their moves can be stronger than they are. And then Gohan gets mad, and his power level skyrockets to like above Raditz's, and he gets a good hit on him. But then after they beat Raditz, like just barely by the skin of their teeth, Nappa and Vegeta show up, and Nappa's like 7,000 and Vegeta's 1,800. And so all of our heroes get their ass kicked. But then Goku comes back, and he's over 8,000. It is 8,000, not 9,000. People that aren't nerds like me and don't know the original Japanese. You know, in literally like one arc, Goku goes from 400 power level to 8,000. And then because that escalation continues, you know, Frieza goes into his second form. And he's like, now I'm over 1 million. And the numbers just become so meaningless that the manga drops it entirely. But even without like the power level scale, the things continue to escalate all the time. You know, there's always a villain. They always have another form, technique. You can apply that to any manga, any shonen anime. Escalation is necessary to keep each foe feeling greater than the next. It's just especially noticeable in Plunderer because we have this power system.
Because they spell it out for you so blatantly.
Yeah, because it's just literally
every character literally has a number on them that's how powerful they are.
Yeah, and because it jumps, like even if in other manga it does jump like that as well, just like seeing like from the start, like again, like being in the high hundreds, living pretty good, you know, like we see in that initial town, there's a dude with 18 and he's just a regular blue collar worker. Oh, fuck, you like Digimon Adventure, Din? That's great. No, yeah. Digimon Adventure always handled that well. I love all the different forms in Digimon. Yeah, how they'd always have to revert to their base form. And like it would require
you know what I would compare it to instead of Digimon, the fucking adventures, would be to a little show called Heaven's Lost Property, where the characters can scale in power level, but they'd have to revert to their base form so that like we have some sense of drama and tension occasionally.
Fair.
That to me seems like the more relevant comparison than Digimon Adventures.
Fuck you. Digimon Adventure is great. It's genuinely a really good.
I never watched Digimon as a kid because I heard the name and thought it was a ripoff of Pokemon, and so I never touched it.
That's what most people that did, unless you're a loser like me.
Yeah.
Who got bullied for liking Digimon. But anyway.
And now you're getting bullied for liking Plunderer by me.
Yep, life never changes. Digimon Tamers, if you're ever going to try.
Okay, now we're on the bad side of Tangent City. I'm sorry to say.
Let me just say it really quick. Digimon Tamers was made by the fucking creator of Serial Experiments Lane. And I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it's one of the fucking...
I have, yes. Serial Experiments Lane is good.
And it's a really fucking good show because he just knows how to write good shit. And it's super dark because, of course, it is. So if you're ever going to try and give it a try, I recommend that show because it's just genuinely good. But anyway, yeah, that tangent. Yes, I had Digimon toys. Leave me alone. Fuck you, Din. The dub of Digimon is the greatest thing ever.
Okay, I am now steering this live stream back to Plunderer, unfortunately. And why do I have to be the one to do that? Like, when I am like, hey, let's keep reading Plunderer, please. Like, that's how you know we're gotten bad. Anyways, so Lynn's like, hey, have you seen literally any children's show made in the last 2 decades? I'm like, no. And so they all dress like girls. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh my fucking god.
I'm in the manga.
Oh my fucking god.
It's me.
Oh god.
Yeah,
do we even no, Skip. We're not. No, Skip. We're not. Yeah. Okay. We're not. I don't want to. So Jail shows up in a yukata, and she is really cute, and so the soldiers are like, fucking like, ooh, a girl, and then like soldiers don't let him pass because he's a girl, and they're like, oh, we'll be fine with this, but oh well. And then Mana takes off her incredibly something disguise.
Or sunglasses.
Yeah, and then
Oh, you mean licked?
yeah. No, I'm sorry. We gotta go back. I'm sorry. We can't. No, we can't. We can't. We can't. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is where our editor should have stepped in. All right.
What the fuck?
I really don't know what Minazuki.
What the fuck?
Do you have anything else to say other than what the fuck?
What the fuck? I remember. I was fucking. What's that guy's name on Twitter? I started following him recently because he was pretty much SNO shit that I liked.
Oh, is it a Golden Smurf or whatever?
I'm sure. Yeah, a TGS Smurf. Yeah, the Golden Smurf. Yeah. He was retweeting a bunch of SNO stuff. And I was scrolling back through his timeline, and he has this like comparison of Darkshine in fucking One Punch Man and like the early volumes compared to how he ends up later.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can put that on screen for everyone. No, not that. I need to do Internet Explorer. And just like the first version of it, which is like comically racist. There. That. Yeah. The first version of him, which is comically racist. And then later on, like he actually like made him look like a decent like black person.
Like a real human being.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of a caricature of a fucking racist stereotype. Like a lot of it is the lip color. I read
the lip color, the big nose.
Yeah, I read an interesting thing about this. Like apparently, like when you're drawing black characters, you never want to give them pink lips. Even though some black people do have pink lips, like the way it comes across in animation makes it look like blackface. Yeah. Like, so you never want to give them like bright pink lips. You want to give them like a shade of like brown lips, basically. Which even if it is like potentially less realistic, works better and looks less like a racist caricature. And you can see that working right here. Then we just fucking pop back to Plunderer really quick. And just go, oh my god, what the fuck?
Yeah.
This is so uncomfortable. This is in a manga full of constant rape. This is the most, and like children starving. This is the most uncomfortable image in the entire thing.
I would agree.
What the fuck?
Japan is something else.
This is supposed to be licked, right?
Yeah, it's licks disguise. So you put on a spray tan and an afro
that immediately disappears.
Stole from me, I suppose. And then shoved some literal water balloons.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that's all I got. What the fuck?
Yeah, let's move on. What the
fuck?
I like Daniel. Fucking, you've heard bye. Now get ready for bye.
You've heard of Elf on a Shelf. Now get ready for racist caricature.
Fucking Travis also to this jail is under equivalent of Tomoko, and Sai is uninterested.
No way. Tomoko's way hotter than this.
I will say jail looks pretty cute.
Not my type. Very not my type.
Well, agree to disagree, my friend.
Okay, sure. You do you. Anyways, so they all get passed because they pulled the Saturday morning cartoon thing.
Yep.
And then Licht asks, "Are you wearing woman's panties?" And he chops his head off. Again, this is the same manga where we had a starving kid a while ago. Oh well.
Yeah.
And then for hitting Licht, Hina hits him and goes, "Hey, why are you hitting me?" I'm still traumatized. Like I can't read the rest of this chapter now.
I can feel how weak.
My will to live is being sapped away.
Pass.
Now we have a place. And let's
there we
wait
go.
here
You
for a while
can
until
do
the
it.
security thins. Why would security thin after a while?
I don't know.
Okay.
I presume they mean like wait till nightfall or something.
But it's
there'll be
nightfall.
less.
We can see stars.
That is true. I don't fucking know what they mean.
Okay. I guess whatever. There are two
We need an
rooms,
excuse to have them
so
in the rooms.
the boys and the girls will split up, and then Hina like takes Licht away, like good night. And so I just imagine Tomoki's no. In that moment. Well, guess we're sharing a room. Seems like it. And then Hina,
I will say I do like just like the instant like good night, and just like grab them.
huh?
I said I
the-
do think
the
that's
good
like
night,
a decent
yeah.
like turn the page thing.
I guess, yeah.
It's not like hilarious, but
I'm still
with the
really
no.
hot into Hina as a character, or her desire to fuck Licht.
Fair.
Anyway, so she tried for the first time in the series, a male gets raped by someone. That's interesting.
Breaking new ground.
I
did it,
know, breaking new ground in the field of
broke
just
the glass.
horribleness. Yes, fucking, he's an innovator in the field of shit.
Stunning and brave.
I know. Are you ready? And he's like, wait.
Oh, fucking Din. Oh, I love. Does this make him jail bait?
Ah, it's clever. I like it. What I want. And anyways, Hina like starts raping him, but then stops and gets serious in a completely not in a completely ill-fitting manner.
The only
you cut out what?
I said the only thing more important than rape and plunder is exposition.
Yeah. Like, look, let's take a look at the total disconnect between the top and the bottom of this page, Isaiah. What do you think about that? About Sherman Sensei. We were tricked.
Look at his face. His face is like Lick's face on the fucking previous page.
What do you mean?
Like going from chip.
Oh, that, yeah.
It's like comical.
How he just pops into serious.
It's the specific face too, because he's just like,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We were tricked. Even though we all trusted Sensei, he said that we were unneeded. I won't forgive him. But at the same time, I feel like something that, as she like fucking straddles his dick in this fucking image, look at this shit. I feel something's out of place. His kindness, Minazuki literally spelling the shit out for us. Thank God. His kindness was real, even if that was a lie for the sake of his choosing. What reason was there for him to purposefully have him call us Sensei? What about that book he's always reading? What is it for?
Why is he the magician?
I'm so tired, Isaiah. We had the racist caricature from earlier drained my will to live, and now Minazuki is spelling shit out for us that we thought was kind of cool because it went unsaid.
True.
Like, we discussed all this 2 volumes ago, but now Minazuki's like, we have to stop and call attention to all of this.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely, yeah. No, I would have preferred if this was more just something for the audience to consider.
Yeah, or even if the characters just, like, made the logical conclusion themselves. Like, why have this page of fucking exposition?
Because so we can get this flashback that we're about
so we can tell the audience about it, because they're dumb.
Yeah.
And if we don't spell it out for them, they won't get it. Sherman was a good guy in the past, but now he's a bad guy. How are the audience supposed to, like, realize that he's the same character if he acts differently now? I just want to die. I just.
Now you know what it's like to be me, regardless of context.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you once we were alone. What do you think, as everyone, as Class A's captain, Bach?
I
Why
wish
do
that was it. It's just Bach.
Why do you think my name was changed from Rihito Sakai to Rito Bach?
It's
Bach.
licked Bach. They see this. This is the problem with them, like translating, keeping his name as Rihito in both instances. Because the important thing here is that his name changed from Rihito Sakai to licked Bach, not just Rihito Bach. He changed his entire name.
Right.
Yeah.
Bach is Sensei's family name. Sherman Bach. That's his full
he's
name.
his father.
I couldn't tell everyone in front of Tokikaze, but when I was in that...
No,
No.
we're not gonna bring up the super obvious villain being the main character's father parallel here.
I mean, at least it's like symbolic and not... If he was actually his father, I'd have a problem with it. But like, this is leading into the flashback where we explain that it's more of a symbolic thing, that he just like adopted him, you know, because they had similar shitty situations in life. So I don't really care.
I do like that. No, I know. I
like to pick and choose my battles where I call out shit writing. This isn't that bad.
Oh, okay. Well, wow, I am surprised. I feel like
do you want me to make Darth Vader jokes? I can make Darth Vader jokes.
That feels benign.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyways, I couldn't tell him
to the thrilling dialogue that says, "Do you need to go wee wee?"
I want to die. When I was in that school, I became Sherman's adopted child. Oh my. Do you need to go wee wee? Don't cry. Don't cry. I'll change your diaper. So that's right. What a good child. Papa will read you a storybook so you can relax? ? Playing with dolls. That's wrong.
Action figures.
That's wrong, Rita-kun. This isn't that. My mother wasn't someone who you could call sophisticated or beautiful. It has to do with being abandoned by my father. By the time I was old enough to understand, she was already a drunkard. And when she drank, she would beat me.
I shouldn't laugh.
2 pages ago, we had him going, do you need to go wee-wee? And now we have jumped into my mother used to beat me.
Well, to be fair, like him saying, do you need to go wee-wee? It's not supposed to be a comical line. It's to show his mentality and how badly he wants to have a child to make up for his own shitty childhood. So I don't think
there are better ways of showing that.
Fair, but I don't. It's just that the line sounds fucking funny. It's not that. It's not necessarily a tonal clash. I wouldn't say. It's just that the line choice was not the best.
I can't stomach you having the same eyes as that man. And I have fucking Vietnam PTSD flashbacks to Black Bullet. Oh my god. We have watched Black Bullet in 2 minutes, right?
We have, yes.
Okay, yes. So for everyone who's not aware, in Black Bullet, there's actually... Okay. How much does I want to explain? Not much. But in Black Bullet, a bunch of lowlies with superpowers, basically Attack on Titan, but imagine if lowlies were superheroes. It's basically Black Bullet. They all have powers because they're like half-breeds of humans and monsters, and so for that reason, all the little girls are being discriminated against. Because Black Bullet is shit writing, and apparently fucking 8-year-old girl is like someone, like a class of people you can discriminate against. And so all the monster children have like red eyes because they have monster blood, and that's what red is bad, right? And so there's a girl in the manga we meet who is homeless and has like bandages over her eyes. She can't see. And the main character goes over to her and like, hey, why do you have bandages over your eyes? And she goes, oh, I poured lead into them. You see, my mom, like, she hated me having red eyes, and she got really mad. And so I decided to pour lead into my own eyes and burn them out so that she wouldn't have to look at them.
This isn't quite as fucking retarded as that, but we really didn't need an explanation as to why he fucking closes his eyes all the time. That's just an anime trope.
Oh my god, you're right! Holy fuck, yeah. I didn't even make that connection.
No, yeah, like, could you imagine if Brock, if Ash was like, hey,
oh
Brock,
my god, I didn't even realize that. I didn't realize that this shitty backstory was supposed to explain why he had his eyes closed all the time. Holy
notice?
fuck! I thought this was like generic, like, oh, my mom beat me and she was bad, and so I want a real family. That's all I got from this scene because I skipped over retarded dialogue. I was fucking, but like, no, you're right. I started to squeeze my eyes shut because she hated me having the same eyes. That's why I closed my eyes in all the fucking scenes I'm in. Oh my god!
Could you imagine if Brock from Pokemon said that? Like,
I want to die. Why is the writing so bad? Yeah, no, this is I was on your side, like, yeah, this isn't as bad as Black Bullet. This is as bad as Black Bullet.
I was holding in my laughter the whole time you said the Black Bullet thing, because fucking Travis said, to be fair, wee rhymes with beat me.
I want to die.
Come on, we can get through this backstory. We can do it.
But one day, forgive me, Shermerman. If I don't gouge out your eyes, I don't know what I'll do. And so he had to become
mode.
evil.
Then if you notice, that's the eye he puts a monocle over. Are you hitting things? Are you okay? Sigh. Where are you? I know you're there. Come on.
I'm sorry. I just had an episode there. Okay, so was it a self-defense instinct? Was it the uncontrollable killing impulse in my genes? Because that's how that works. When I woke back up, I'd already killed my mother.
Well, I mean, there is. Have you heard of the warrior gene before?
No.
It's a real life gene that is commonly like.
That sounds fake.
No, it's a real thing. It
sounds like the title of like a shitty fantasy novel.
I don't know if it's specifically called the warrior gene, but that's what I've heard it referred to as. But basically, there's this one gene that resides primarily in males because it has something to do with testosterone, and it's commonly found in a lot of killers because it like drives them to act erratically.
That sounds like bullshit pseudoscience.
Okay, well, look it up. I don't know. I read a thing about it earlier, and I thought it sounded legit enough, but it might be bullshit.
That sounds like bullshit.
Whatever.
When I'd woke back up, I'd already killed my mother. After that, I entered an orphanage.
Slow it down, like it's the same fucking "I'm the magician" delivery.
Yeah. After that, I entered an orphanage and eventually the army. But I had a dream to have a loving wife and child. I wanted to read stories for that child, and then he sees a happy family. And he gets happy. At
least he smiles. Remember when Hina saw the happy family in the anime? She just stands outside their window and cries.
Doing so, I didn't connect the dots, but you're right. Mizuki does just have like random perfect families walk by at opportune times, so the characters can feel sad. You're right. Yeah, no, you're kind of right, Vaporweave. This is kind of like reducing his fucking character arc at this point. This is like, it doesn't completely ruin it, but like this thing is ruining shit.
It's just spelling it out for you.
This is making it way worse, I think.
I wouldn't say it doesn't take away.
Just like you killed my brother. Doing so, I would feel like I was back in my own childhood days, right? And yet, oh my god, what is this chapter? We had racist shit not like 20 pages ago, and now we are looking at a dead woman hanging, as if, of course, he brought fucking flowers for her.
Oh, you didn't know? This was the test audience for this chapter.
It's me. After I saw the fucking racist caricature. Nope, I'm done. My wife could not conceive My gentle wife who knew how. This is so dumb. My gentle wife who knew much I wanted a child, thinking that it was her fault. I learned afterwards I was the cause. I have a body that can't produce children, it seems. So this is not playing with dolls. No. I guess that really is what this is.
I will say I do like
Dad.
Like the oh.
Hey, Dad is a weird, awkward delivery of that.
Man, I was saying the previous line, like the little bit of clarity that Schmerman gets is he's like trying to justify it to himself, and he's like, "No, I guess I am just playing with dolls." I do think that is like a nice line.
That's fine. Yeah. I feel like "Hey, Dad" would have been better if we had some more build up. If we saw Rahito while listening to the story, like
because he's just been off the screen the entire time, so we don't.
And then he's like, "Hi, you're my dad now."
Yeah, because we don't know how he's been registering.
Yeah, exactly.
Seeing some
I mean, we can assume he's sad.
There was one page with him, and yeah, he does look like upset, but it's not like,
it's not enough for this.
Yeah, Sam just immediately go, "Hey, Dad."
No, it's still a bit early for that, but I'm an orphan too, you know. Tokikazu's grandma said a long time ago, "I'm your mother, you pick out your own father." How about it? The situation's not the best, though. If you could, I'd like you to call me Paul. He says, looking fucking tsundere as fuck.
I do love this page of Schmerman. It's super cute.
You remember what I said during the fucking operation where it looked like he just fucking had sex? Like, this, again, just feels like a scene out of a fucking Baishoujo game. Like...
It's cute.
I can't stop thinking this is man service.
I don't view it as man service. I think it's just cute.
I think this is bait for the female audience.
It might be, but
I think it is.
I think it's adorable.
How? And then the top left image or top right image. How funny would it be if Sherman's monocle popped off in surprise? I just had that thought.
That'd have been great.
Yeah.
Be a funny visual gag.
Like, I'd like you to call me Daddy.
Plus, this just he doesn't say Daddy. If it was Daddy, I would 100% say it was bait, and I'd feel uncomfortable. But Papa's like cute, and it adds like a tie between him and Alan. You know, I like that. Like the two most powerful dudes in the Alcyon Royal Army are basically just really soft dads. I think that's cute.
Okay.
But I'm just a sucker for dad characters in shonen, so.
I'd like you to call me Papa. And he goes, huh? No helping it. Only once, though. Why are you so against this now? Weren't you, like, totally on board with this shit, like, pages ago?
He even said, page, calling you dad weird, like, in the circumstances. So, of course, saying Papa is just
no, weird. I'm just like, he was so happy about it 2 pages ago. Now he's like, I'll do it begrudgingly.
Well, it's just...
I don't want to, though. Tsundere bullshit.
Whatever.
So Sherman rushes and hugs him.
I like this page. You're too tired to complain. Don't.
It's not a bad idea. It's just the build up to it. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's out of context. Fine. In context, bad.
Whatever.
Hina-chan, like you said. How many more pages is this fucking chapter? Oh my god, I'm dead.
This is only the second one.
No! Sherman's kindness was real. Even if he betrays the world, that person would never ever betray a child. So he wouldn't be able to say we were unneeded. Something else going on. Yeah. Maybe that whole, fucking dual personality thing that everyone else has had so far, maybe he has it too.
I also kind of like that line.
Which one?
Even if he betrays the world, he would never betray a child.
I guess, yeah.
I kind of like it.
That's one of those things that doesn't make sense when you think about it, though. Like,
no,
doesn't the world contain children? Like,
yeah, well, yes, but it's one of those like dumb anime. You just hear it and you go like, yeah,
and then you think about it and you go, no.
Yes, but I like it,
and I feel it. It's not just Ichinose and the others. At the Wall of Paradise, Sherman's in there too. So here in the capital, I'll definitely get the original ballots. That's right. And then we should quickly show Sherman's and Nymph and Astria appear. Ah!
Yeah, there they are. I like that.
Nymph and Astria.
I like that Astria is like hugging the boob. Well,
Yeah,
Nymph is
and
like
Nymph is really put off having to be here and do this. Like she's like filling contractual obligations, but she doesn't really give a shit.
I imagine seeing herself with bigger tits would probably be pretty traumatic for her.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I hadn't even considered that angle, but yeah, you're right. Hey, look, it's me covering my tit. Like I'm my own censor now. Show Sherman Sensei the face of his grandchild. Wow, it's amazing. It's amazing how well the comedy here doesn't work. Let's not get distracted by Nymph and Astria too hard to realize how fucking jarring that tonal shift is.
No, that was not great. But
So
Nymph and Astria.
Yeah, Nymph and Astria.
I want to consume product.
I want to consume different, better products. It doesn't sound like they're getting it on. How boring. Where are you going? I'm sleeping outside. I can't stay in this room, obviously. What are you talking about? It's not like a heater on the wagon for 300 years, you know? I'm totally fine sharing a room. He goes, okay then. And goes to bed. And I was like, yeah, we have to sleep, right? She like puts her wine glass down because she has to think about partying. And then when they're asleep, she goes, hey, Jail, are you already asleep? He doesn't say anything. She just, and she gets up. Because I'm hopeless, even though I was just rejected. It's like I'm being unfaithful. And then everyone bows before the empty fucking throne.
Oh, here we go. So here we are after the buildup of like 2 chapters. We're finally seeing the 3 Royal Guard Grand Generals. So get ready.
Yeah, no, this is like ready. Our like, you know, in Kill la Kill we have like Sanagiyama and
this is the Elite Four.
Exactly, this is the Elite Four of Plunderer. They're going to be really important, and so you better remember all of them. Thunder Emperor Frederickam von Lightning. Oh my god, von Lightning. But you think he got that name before or after his powers?
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Is that like a stage name for him, or is his name fucking Lightning? And he just so happened to get like a thunder ballad.
I know, right?
The rest of them don't have or do they? I don't.
Stupid bullshit names.
I don't know, because like Roberts, I think his is a German last. I'm gonna go fucking see if their last names are just like fucking water and wind and like.
Yeah. Please do. I want to know. Then we have Grand General Wind Emperor Robert Dun Vanachi and Grand General Water Emperor Yi Van Zilao. Isn't it great when Minazuki's writing is deteriorated to the point that all the villains have like water, fire, and earth fucking powers?
It's lightning, wind, and water. Excuse you.
This is like the first thing you think of. Like, what bullshit powers do my characters have? Elements. Fuck it. Okay, so what do the last names translate to?
I cannot find the meaning for Vanovic. As for
Zilao.
What's hers? Zilao.
I guess it's Zilao.
Detect language. Let's see. Zilao.
I want to know.
I also want to know. Little River. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah!
So it's safe to assume.
we can assume Vanovich means like gust of breeze or some shit in German. Yeah. Oh my god, how bad is Minazuki at writing?
Well, to be fair,
no, there's no being fair here. Here is the character who can control. This reminds me. This reminds me of the fucking joke in Avatar: The Goddamn Last Airbender, where Sokka infiltrates the Fire Nation. It's like, what's your name? G Fire, Fire, G Fire, and this is my wife, Sapphire. Fire. Nice to meet you. Like, this is something Sokka thought of because he's an idiot in Avatar: The Last Airbender. And here's Minazuki doing it like fully seriously.
All right, but here is one.
Yes. No, please. I want to know you're going to justify this.
I'm not going to justify it, but at the same time, we've brought up many times that Japan is like all about wordplay. Like if you translate like Hiyori's name, her name is literally weather, but we don't say anything because it's Japanese, you know?
Right, yeah.
So I'm trying to imagine from the perspective of like a Japanese person,
right?
Trying to come up with a name for a character when it's just natural to name your characters literally. Like Naruto's last name is Uzumaki because he has a fucking spiral tattoo on his belly, you know, or a seal, and Uzumaki means spiral. So fucking, I wonder if like just in their mind, you would just apply the same thing to other languages, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Just like, okay, well, if this is what we do in Japanese, then I guess in other languages we do the same thing, you know?
Right.
So like, oh, I got to give her a water last name because I would have named her like Mizu if it was Japanese.
Right.
Like I would have named
Yeah.
him Kaze.
Yeah, I suppose to be fair, this is probably a lot more common. I'm calling it out here because they bother to translate the names into something stupid. Usually there's a bit more obfuscation, I will say, than just naming a character Frederick Von Lightning because he has lightning powers.
No,
Usually it's a bit more like Frederick Von Tempest or something. Like there's a little tiny bit more obfuscation than naming them like Electricity Von Lightning. Like
no, I it's still goofy. I'm just trying to say, like, from the perspective of a Japanese person, where this is just normal, like in their own language, I can see why he would do that.
Again, now this goes back to like the whole like we've seen starving kids in this fucking manga, like having goofy pun names for the villains.
Hey, leave Fred Campbell compare him to starving children.
Like, I don't think you get to have fucking, 3 villains with elemental powers and give them last names like lightning and water when you've had characters dying. And like literally this chapter, we had a mother beating her child and like trying to gouge his eyes out. And now we're being introduced to Frederick Von Lightning pages later.
Again, I just don't. I feel like it wouldn't be that silly from their perspective, where it's just like, no, this is what we do, like.
Anyways, so Frederick Von Lightning, the guy who controls lightning.
His name is Friedcam Von Lightning.
Robert Do Wind, who controls wind.
How are you fucking up names this badly? His name is fucking Robert.
Robert Do Wind, whose power is wind, and Yi Van Water, whose power is water, and Mace Windu. And Supreme Commander Alexander Georgievich, whose power is heart. And their powers combined, they make Captain Planet. And then
we get to Sai's favorite character.
Not quite. Don't hold your breath.
Sai's favorite fuckable.
My favorite character is the mailman. We've been over this.
Oh, true. Yeah.
We're still 2 chapters away from it. Holy fuck. You're all here, are you? King of Althea, Charles D. Bogert, Althea the 11th. Who is a lowly.
Yes, and a woman.
The lowly is the 8-year-old is in charge of the country. What a twist.
9-year-old.
Whatever. I think I give a fuck.
For the law's sake, I'd hope so.
The law doesn't give a shit either way, 8 or 9.
Fair. Anyway, you have one more page, asshole.
Supreme Commander Alexandrov, the Special Service desires all 3 of the original ballots you hold. I believe you will hand them over without issue, am I right?
To be continued!
Uh-huh.
So, I feel like we've got all of our discussing out of us already.
I'm so done. Can this be a 2-chapter live stream? I'm so drained of energy.
No, I'll read the other 2 like I've been doing for the past 3 or 4 streams.
Okay, yeah.
But we're not fucking.
I'll try and recharge in the meantime, and then for like when I inevitably butt in to complain about dumb shit.
Do you need to grab some food or something?
No, I think I'm fine.
Do you need to go wee-wee?
I'm sorry. I'm still recovering from wee-wee and child beating and lowly kings and racist caricatures in the same goddamn chapter.
So, yeah, I'll
at the start of this chapter, he was trying to fuck Licht, and then Icarus was there. That feels like an eternity ago. That feels like it happened a lifetime ago.
Leave the little chapter.
How many pages? It's like an 80-chapter manga, 80-page manga. How many chapters is this?
I'm pretty sure it's like the standard.
56. Still. Okay, yeah, no, so it is longer.
Oh, it's a little more than usual. Yeah.
It felt so goddamn long, and we were just inching through this. It never ended.
So yeah, I will give my thoughts on this chapter.
Oh, please do.
All right. Kino, 10 out of 10. Best chapter. Wow. All this interesting shit happened. I maybe completely forget about the racist caricature. This chapter was goddamn baller. 10 out of 10. Can't wait for the next one. Okay,
Sure.
okay, you're too tired. I'll give my real thoughts real quick. Uh, this chapter is a bit of a fucking jumbled mess. It's like it feels like 4 chapters.
Unlike the rest of the
stapled
manga, which is
together.
incredibly consistent.
Okay, but at least they feel like a single chapter mess, whereas this feels like 4 chapters stapled together.
Yes.
Like the tonal whiplash is like some of the worst you can feel here. I will say that I like, again, the ideas in it. I like the 3 grand. Their names are stupid, but I like like introducing more of it because that's world building, showing that no, jail isn't the only fucking high up dude in the military. There's these guys. They're cool.
There's also the guy who's named Wind who controls the wind.
Yeah, well, to be fair,
great world building.
We started off with the guy who's iron, whose name is Jail, and we didn't say anything about it. Anyway,
they might just be getting all 3 of them back to back. Like, I think that really doesn't help.
Yeah, that's true.
Lightning guy whose power is lightning. Water guy whose power is water. Wind guy whose power is wind.
That's true, yeah. But I do like the introduction of them. I think that they have pretty unique designs for Minazuki. Like, Robert is a little less so because he's just another blonde, effeminate man. Minazuki loves drawing those. But Fridcam and Yi Yan both look really cool, I think.
Yeah, I'd agree. I like Yi Yan's design quite a bit.
Yeah, her design, I think
I can't wait to see more of her and how she'll like do.
Yeah, absolutely. So I like their introduction. I like, again, seeing the king as well, even if it's like a little girl, whatever. That's happened in history, like what they said in the chat. Daniel.
I don't think fucking kings and fucking went around wearing skimpy lingerie though.
Look, when you're the king, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Anyway.
Okay, sure. That's how that works.
And Sherman's backstory was not fucking conveyed well. Like, the exposition was very clunky. However, I do.
You don't
like you
fucking say. If I don't gouge out
I
your
do.
eyes, I don't know what I'll do. And then his wife hangs herself 2 pages later.
But I do like.
Are you sad yet?
I do like the kinship between him and Licht. Like you said, like, I can't remember exactly what you said, but I agreed with you. And it fits because, like, not only are they like basically father and son without needing that parental bond, but now after like receiving Schmerman's genes, Licht like basically almost looks identical to him. So the fact that like they've grown up with like somewhat similar circumstances and found kinship with each other just makes the tie of him sharing his genes that much stronger. Like,
similar. What I wouldn't give for Hina to hang herself to make Licht sad.
Shut up. So it's not. It's a good thematic tie between the two of them that has a very literal tie as the thing goes on, and I like that. Again, I do think Schmerman is one of the most interesting characters in the manga, even if his backstory was very clunky and ham-fisted.
His backstory is like cartoonishly fucked up. Like, I can't. It's difficult to take him seriously now.
I disagree. I can still take him seriously just fine. Aside from the only thing that pushed me with that was, so I started to squeeze my eyes shut, because that we really didn't fucking need that. That was the midichlorians of Plunderer line. But aside from that line, I don't think any of it takes away from his character. And it's just Minazuki trying to show why he's such a fractured person. And I still really like him, and I still think he's a really telling, because by all means we know that he is a good person, and he tried to do something good by creating Halcyon. Like, it was still the best thing, as Licht has even said, like, that was the best thing that they could have done at that point in time to keep humanity going.
You remember how we talk about like turn the page gags? Yeah. Is it not unintentionally funny that you turn the page and his wife's hanged herself?
It has a little sudden, yes. It doesn't help he's holding a book.
We haven't even met her before. This is the first time I've met her, and dead.
Yeah, this is kind of just like a less effective version of Alan's backstory.
Like, would it not have made more sense? Okay, like, the idea that like his wife would like feel so bad that she couldn't give him a child that she would die. Like, wouldn't it make more sense just to like divorce him? Like, I'm sorry, and then they both feel bad about it, and then they're sad that way. Do we need her to literally hang herself
Well, I can understand what
Is this
Minazuki
not the
does.
edgiest goddamn thing in the universe?
I can, as like fucking stupidly as edgy as it is, I can understand what Minazuki's going for when I look at the bigger picture of the world. Like, given that they're married, she probably knows everything of what she's been through. She knows how badly he wants a kid. The world is fucked. Having a child is like the one thing.
Couldn't they adopt? He doesn't give a shit. And this is the starving world where there are a bunch of orphans now.
It is fucking like abrupt and like I said, like dumb. But
and he doesn't give a shit when he adopts someone else later. It's not like he needs to be a biological kid. They could just fucking adopt.
They could have, yeah, but I can.
But no, what makes sense to do is irrelevant in the face of like, ooh, edgy images. She hanged herself. How edgy and cool. Man. I'm sure all my readers will love seeing that. It'll be such a shock. I don't think I'm so cool and my writing's so good.
See you, Ivan.
Oh yeah, see you, Ivan.
Fucking goddamn it, Dan. I want my baby Bach. Anyway, I think we've more or less discussed everything relevant in this chapter. It's a fucking mess. I like ideas in it, but I don't like the chapter itself.
That's the entire manga to me. The entire manga is a fucking mess with decent ideas occasionally.
All right, on to the next chapter.
Slowly zoom in on this racist caricature one last time so it can haunt your nightmares.
I will read both of these for you. So
okay,
you can
cool.
Rest and recharge. This is the tradition now.
This is so hard. This manga takes so much energy out of me. It's so bad.
Whatever. I'm having fun still. You're having a good time. You just like
I am. It's so every 2 pages there's incredible another really impressively bad thing happens. We have to stop and talk about.
Fucking April. Maybe she was trying to hang her jacket, but she forgot.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, every 2 pages, something incredibly bad happens. We have to stop and talk about for 10 minutes. And just a never-ending barrage of that like weakens me after a while.
Well, maybe you should just relax, homie, and leave all the expert analyses to yours truly.
Please go ahead, be my guest.
Will do. So we open up exactly wwhere we left off. Her asking, "Are you okay? You sound like you're foaming."
Oh God, I had water in my mouth when I read fucking Daniel's comment in chat.
Why did Sherman's wife practice her handwriting? No, that's horrible.
Hold on, I want to put that on screen again. 1 second. She practiced her handwriting.
Fuck, that's horrible.
That's awesome. I love it.
Oh, God. Oh. Anyway, so yeah,
10 out of 10 joke. That was good.
Yeah, like Vaporweeb said, just look at the lolly, regain your energy. While I handle all the expert hard work, like usual.
I do like blonde lilies, and she is cute.
Yes, she's just your taste. Anyway, so she says, hand over them Dragon Balls, and the double page spread. Will that childish smile destroy the world or the country? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
The world.
It's basically the same thing at this point.
Yeah. So look at her, looking badass. She has a big plushie. She's the king. Whoa! Yep. We go to the next page. She hasn't said anything. She's like, it seems you don't wish to do so. Grand Generals, what do you think? Lightning McFuck says, I support you. 300 years ago, under the first sovereign, Althea was founded by unanimous vote. Because unanimous vote was too great a power, it had to be periodically approved. However, 5 years ago, one of the original ballots was stolen from the special service. So we've not been able to produce.
Wait, hold on. Stop. What is inspiring him to give exposition to this girl who knows all this?
He's explaining for the audience's sake.
Yeah. It's like, what do you think? So, like, you don't want to hand over the ballots. Hey, what do you guys think about this? And he's like, well, I think, 300 years ago, America was founded by the great George Washington, and it had enjoyed a various prosper of peace. There was a bit of Civil War business for a while, but that wrapped up eventually. And we freed the slaves and Abraham Lincoln, Emancipation Proclamation. Like, holy fuck. How bad is this writing?
You need to relax a little bit. And just, you said you'd rest.
I gain a surge of energy whenever something incredibly shitty happens. Like a character deciding to read aloud exposition about the world to everyone in the room who all knows the exposition.
You're like a fucking. This is like your anime power up. You sacrifice parts of your life and to
exactly.
Call out more bad writing.
Yeah.
He's lost another 5 years.
Break him on mansplaining.
Anyway, so we have not been able to
100% on your history test.
Von Lightning.
Von Lightning.
Von mansplaining.
Von Lightning is so good.
Lick to use blackface. That's his true ballad ability. Anyway, so we have not been able to produce a unanimous vote to continue Althea since then. At this rate, the floating continent will no longer be supported. Presently, Linden and the neighboring villages are undergoing large-scale land collapse. First, in order to forestall the loss of the original lands, we must grant the Special Service all of the originals temporarily and take control from the Wall of Paradise that has the highest defense. Wait, Lightning! I, Windman, am opposed. If we gather them all,
Sugata's brother, am opposed.
If we gather them all to defend them, is it not better to do so under Her Majesty? Losing one of the originals was the Special Service's mistake in the first place. It is better to demand that they hand over the rest. Ludicrous. If we do that, it will be war with the Special Service, says Water Bitch.
Says Wet Bitch.
We won't lose. My 3rd Division alone will rout them. If we war with the Special Service, our forces will be depleted. If we don't find
Pikachu.
We should just call him Lieutenant Surge from here on out.
Yeah.
If we don't find the original, Althea will sink anyway, and we'll have to have war with the Abyss. What of the army then? Absurd. Have you no pride as a soldier to fear the Special Service this much?
Says Pidgey.
Cowards! What did you say? You can't discern what should and shouldn't be uttered. And then the king goes, Chibi, and goes, noisy. You three don't get along at all.
I like you just calling her like the king. Like, it's so ill-fitting.
What
the king says, noisy.
The method doesn't matter, right? As long as I can eat my favorite cake every day at the Plunderer restaurant coming soon.
Yeah. Fuck
I
you.
always say.
I wonder if Minazuki's referencing any sort of famous story with that line.
I wonder.
Oh.
I always say to leave the difficult stuff to the Special Service and let them deal with it themselves. Speaking of which, won't you hand over the originals without a fight? Alex. She calls him a nickname. Interesting.
Mm.
And he stops and he thinks back on jail and his children who are dead. And he says, Your Majesty, this world is a mistake. And everyone's like, Nani? And the king's pissed.
Why does her throne stretch on into infinity?
It's not the throne. There's
like
pillars
the stairs stretch on to infinity.
It's not the stairs that stretch on. There's pillars behind her.
What?
What are you talking about?
The wall, sides of the stairs go into infinity.
Sides. I thought you were talking about they were going.
No, the sides of the stairs go on forever, off into heaven, into the silent hill, a white void.
So she's pissed. Everyone's freaked out that he'd stand up to her. Indeed, Althea has abundance.
This is my face reading this fucking manga.
Isaiah's narration makes this tolerable. Thank you. I try my best. There's no difficulty offering you the cake you prefer every day, but that is brought with the Dakero. that is brought with the despair of the people of the Abyss, whom Alcea has stolen from thousands of times. Despite that, your Majesty says she wishes to eat cake every day? How rude, Supreme Commander! It's fine. Finish your words, Alex. The rest of you, leave. But I said leave. Now,
Oh boy, scary Loli. I've
are
never
you
seen that before.
prepared to choose to hand over the originals easily, or to be difficult? And he smiles. Alan! And she hugs. She does a good old anime glomp. So clearly she has a special relationship with him, because not only does she call him a nickname,
A special relationship.
She knows about his other name, Alan.
I mean, he's got some of Sherman's Lolicon genes in him, so I guess yeah, they could.
He's not a. Shut up. Anyway, you must not, Your Majesty. A sovereign keeps her dignity at all times. It's fine. Father died before I was born. Mother also died.
As you know, my parents are both dead, and so this is why I am the way that I am.
Both my parents died.
Also, I want to talk about how those people in the fucking portrait look nothing like the rest of the fucking anime characters.
Well, you know why it's drawn like that. It's to harken back to old paintings. Because she's
Uh-huh.
a fancy king. Anyway, everyone used me as a prop, and the only one who treated me as a child was you. You're my only friend.
I'm glad they're all they're telling each other their personalities right now. For our
I wish he was just like, yes, I know this.
Yeah.
And what about the ballots?
sake.
Alan, have someone you can trust steal away the originals at once. Actually, I was thinking that after I get them from you, I'd have them disappear, but having them stolen is better. Oh, haven't you spoken of the Flash Ace? I hear his escape speed is faster than anyone else's.
As Kirby is looking for who's doing the tumble
as he's doing Solid Snake over there. So he can keep it away from even the special service, no? Right now, I can't give it to the special service. They've become too large. It's not been it's not I thought it was a typo. It's not even been 10 years since my father died. My parents left this world early. The thought that it wasn't disease, but the special service is doing has crossed my mind. They intend to take over Alcea. I truly want to strike at them immediately, but as Lightning said, as Lightning McQueen said,
ka-chow!
Ka-chow! In the words of the ever so wise Lightning McQueen, ka-chow!
Oh God!
What's Daniel say? She doesn't even get a page of her parents dying, which shows us that it should be assumed at this point.
That's true. Every character has dead parents, I guess.
Very true. If the army is weakened, the country will be as well. If that happens, the people will suffer, and I must avoid that at all cost. But Your Majesty, at this rate, even if... Alan, it'll be 5 years. Ruled by numbers. 5 years, I'll be 14 years old. And then I will have to marry. Alan, you'll be my groom, and Alcea's new king.
So they do have a special relationship.
Well, the implication isn't...
Don't bother, I'm making a joke.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right, yeah. Because it gets weird later on, but I'm trying to prematurely preface this. Anyway.
Premature, all right.
Fuck off. If that happens, you'll be the monarchy's pillar. The royal guard will be another. Even if the special service tries to act, their power can be whittled down bit by bit. And let's make a promise.
I like that she's having to wait for this, despite being the king. Like, the law says I have to marry when I'm 14. And I flash back to Aladdin, like, well, am I Sultan or am I Sultan?
We'll save the people of the Abyss as well. Until then, I'll have to be the special service's foolish king. And for now, make the people of the Abyss suffer. So what do you think about being my groom? Would you disagree? I have one question. Won't people think I'm a pedophile?
I mean, I am 300 years old, and you're 12.
If before those 5 years pass, Alcia crashes down and a war with the Abyss begins. What will you do? Then, as the one who commands the heinous Alcia, I will accept my fate, even unto crucifixion. And I don't believe the people of the Abyss will be satisfied, but if it would lessen the fighting even a tiny bit, wait here for a little while. I have something I want to show you.
How convenient.
I will say that I do like here. Like her being like just super mature, self-sacrificial, willing to do the right thing, even at the cost of
Yeah,
her
no,
own
this
life.
characterization's fine. I don't mind. I think the line,
yeah.
like, I'll do it even until I'm crucified is
I think that's
a bit much. I think that's overboard. I think
She's
that's
a king.
overboard.
I think it's fine that like the king would have like this cool, fantastical, like even unto crucifixion.
I think that's
it's
overboard.
Cool. I think it's badass.
If she wasn't 8, I'd be behind you in that.
Well, she has to be mature. She's had to be the
She's
king.
8.
Take her parents' place. Whatever.
Imagine the most mature 8-year-old possible. They're still an 8-year-old.
9, if you can do math, actually.
Is that your defense? Is that
no,
it? Last word? She's 9, actually?
Yes. Can we move on? I feel stupid now. I don't like feeling stupid. Anyway. If Her Majesty grows into an adult and her words can no longer be scorned as a haughty child's nonsense, this old man won't be needed, huh? But it's too adult a response. So even Alan agrees. There you go. So in her room, we see that she's already trying bridal dress. She's genuinely looking forward to marrying Alan. It's not just for the sake of the country.
Who the fuck made this for her? Sure, 8-year-old, I'll make you a wedding dress.
Well, it doesn't fit her, so I can just assume like it's her mother's or something.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, fine.
Yeah, it's not that big of a leap of logic. Like the whole point is that it doesn't fit. Like she's complaining like it's still too big. I heard that Alan likes big rears. Such a
he
thin
likes
body.
Big rears and he cannot lie. His count cannot deny.
So this is just every lolly. We had Nana say bootylicious, and now even Charles is not immune.
Every lowly is so sad that they're a lowly.
It's like the universal. They're aware of the universal law. Lollies need to have big asses to compensate for their non-existent chests.
Yeah,
and they're upset that they lack that basic thing.
Mm-hmm.
What was I going to say? Oh, by the way, in the official...
I got distracted by lowly butts and lost the train of thought. Don't worry, I do that all the time. I'm right there.
In the official translation, I am sad to say that they removed 2 of the greatest lines. They got rid of you're ugly, but you made me horny, and I'll become bouncier and bootylicious than ever.
Oh, what did they replace it with?
She just said, like, I'll become a really pretty...
Aw, that's much more reasonable.
Yeah, right? I love that we're upset. Like, wow. they made it reasonable.
I know, right?
Yeah. I can't remember what Pele's was. He said something like, you're giving me mixed signals, fugly, or something like that.
It's still bad, even in the better translation.
It's not as bad as you're horny, it's
still somewhat
you're
bad,
ugly.
Yeah.
It's still not great, but it's better.
Anyways, hurry up.
But anyway, so she's crying. She's like, "Oh, this childish body of mine is not getting big fast enough." And
I'm lonely, so sad.
We see it. She hears a noise. Who dares? And then we see a fucking just a gun.
A gun peeking like, I dare. I just love the image of a gun peeking through the door. Yeah. Like, yes, hello, it's me. Like,
it's me. I'm the gunman.
Yeah.
But anyway, we see it's Spy McAssfuck from the first chapter.
Spy McAssfuck.
It's me. I'm the spy. And he comes
Don't ruin that joke. Shut the fuck up.
Comes out with a stupid looking face. And she's all like, oh, peeking on a lady changing clothes. How rude. And she gets fucking shot for making that horrible joke.
If only more characters would get shot for making bad jokes.
Thank God he can't show up behind me. Anyway, he goes, so Alan hears and he rushes in. Your Majesty, what was that sound? Your Majesty! In the end, my child.
Isn't it lucky he shot her in the chest so she can have this fucking dialogue scene as she dies, not just the head?
Oh, absolutely. Hey, Alan, do you not want to be my groom this much? Not at all. It's just that the honor is too... Don't speak so formally. And so, as opposed to this, he says, what am I saying? I've never seen a girl as beautiful as you. Right now, I'm hard as a rock. I can't wait for the next 5 years to go by. So Sai momentarily took his body and expressed his lolicon urges. Are you happy, Sai? It's exactly what you were thinking. And then fucking Daniel Chekhov is behind the...
It's Chekhov! Chekhov's the character.
His name is Chekhov, yeah.
I'm down for that. That's canon now. His name's Chekhov. That's so funny.
So she dies in his arms. And he fucking...
Right now, I'm hard as a rock. That is on the same tier as "You're ugly and make me horny."
Yeah. Anyway.
What the fuck?
She dies in his arms, and he freaks out.
How sad.
Grand Generals! What is it, Supreme Commander? This is alive.
Alive!
Yeah. That is what she is not!
Yeah, I know, right? The antonym for the current situation!
Even without arms and legs, I want him brought to me alive. Find the culprit! Yes! Understood. Wow, the two Supreme Grand Generals that were hyped up
are just dead. Yeah, they're dead. They're not coming back. They're dead.
Dead. And I get this. I
Fuck
like
you,
the idea.
Joe.
Them being a plant, a mole, whatever. That makes sense. Of course, Schmerman would do this. This makes sense. But what I hate the most about it is that it's the least interesting character of the three.
Yeah, I agree. Like, it's the worst character design.
Mitazuki's villains, and it's so obvious too, because he's the fucking effeminate-looking one with long blonde hair and closed eyes. Those are all of Mitazuki's villains.
Yeah.
So it's the most generic-looking one. Fucking Yi-Yan Water Bitch and Lightning Man would have made...
and Lightning McQueen.
Would have made for much more interesting plants. Or what if all three of them were plants? And
that would have been cool too.
We have three super powerful dudes to fucking take on.
But nope, now we've got Shermerman and Mini Shermerman. And
yeah, we just have Mini fucking Schmerman. Who's he's the lamest of the three, and it just makes me sad. Because we could have had maybe killing off one, let one be loyal. And then have two. Kill off the fucking boring looking one. And then have Water Bitch and Lightning McQueen be the plants. Because they look
right.
Cool. But
to be fair, if he did that, we'd be saying of course, the fucking one with the bad character design gets killed instantly.
I would prefer that to being the one.
No, I would also prefer that too. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. Fucking.
I'm just saying there's an alternate universe we're complaining about that. Yeah. The thing you're suggesting being better.
I'm just really disappointed in this.
Yeah, no, this is shit.
Not only was I hyped for all three of them, but if one had to survive, it's the fucking one who sucks.
That's the collective noun, Schmermer people.
Schmer people. Anyway, so he stabs them, instantly kills them. Robert, you were actually, since you didn't hand over the originals, thinking of using it as a pretext to dismantle the royal guard, as expected of the foolish sovereign. She created an even better opportunity. Yes. Find the culprit, was it? Then Supreme Commander Alexandrov, for the crimes of regicide and for assassinating both General Lightning and
General Lightning.
You are under arrest. I will say he's drawn very well here. I like his he looks cool. He does not look cool. He looks stupid, but he's drawn well. Anyway.
Isaiah's fighting his Sherman personality again. No!
Dark Isaiah is breaking out.
Isaiah Melons, fucking yeah. We
Whatever.
have established canon. Don't break from it.
But fucking that's my psycho side hates Plunderer. He breaks
Yeah.
out and he's a million times stronger. So Alan explodes.
Does that
the
mean that
castle.
I've given in to my share of my personality?
Yeah, that's why you're an asshole. You've given
Yeah.
in, and now we the reason why is because your fucking mom stabbed your eyes out and said she hated you. Anyway,
That was one chapter ago.
so they're all like, "What was that sound? Emergency summons! Emergency summons! All royal guards are to report. Wait on standby. Seal the gates. The king has been assassinated. The culprit is Supreme Commander Alexandrov. Repeat. The culprit is Supreme Commander Alexandrov Grigorovich.
Repeat. Ruled by numbers.
Ruled by numbers. Repeat. Ruled by numbers.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Captain Allen assassinated the king? I'm going to the castle. Wait, jail! We're wanted people! If the army finds us now... And then Master Hand shows up.
You're right. It is Master Hand from Smash Bros. You're fucking right.
Jail! Careful, Licht! Yeah, this guy's strong! And they're all just fucking standing awkwardly. Like
What
Spider-Man
fucking luck that all three of them ran into each other. Isn't that so
Captain
gosh
Allen?
darn lucky?
You too. And that's where the chapter ends. So this chapter,
Oh god.
I like this chapter actually. There are issues. I hate the fucking line, but I like the king. I hate that the fucking generals were killed off.
Mhm.
So it's a fucking mix. I still enjoy the chapter, but all I see is one really stupid line and a lot of wasted potential.
Mhm.
So even if I like it, and I do think this is a cool, like, this is Schmerman's coup. He's the one thing that stood in his way of total power was Alan being the voice of reason. And he has now finally turned his back on Alan, his oldest fucking friend. So that's interesting drama. It's cool, but one, it came too fast because we barely got time to know the king before she was killed off. So it doesn't leave like a huge impact on you. It's just another dead kid. Dead kids in this.
To add to the pile.
If like, say, the king was introduced early on, like maybe the first chapter when Jill went back to report to Alan, you know, and maybe Alan
that
could
could
have been
have
like,
worked.
oh, I just got back from talking with the king, and we saw like flashes to the king, and just like got like maybe if the entire time we thought the king was actually an asshole until this chapter where we find out no, everything that she's doing has been to go against the special service to make them think she's a pawn when really she's fighting against them. And then just after we discover that, her life is cruelly taken from her. That would have been cool, you know? But the fact that we literally just met her.
We're introduced to her and then she dies in the same chapter so we can be sad.
It stops you. It stops it from creating.
You don't give a shit.
So even if like it's a cool setup to come, all I can think about is how much better it could have been. And the Grand Generals, like those should have also been introduced much sooner. Like earlier. I just threw out the 7 lights that one dude when he's talking about jail. I just assumed that like the Grand Generals were part of the 7 lights, like some of the 7 strongest people in the army. And it's not confirmed because again, it hasn't been brought up. But what if like when that soldier brought up the 7 lights, he was like, oh yeah, it's jail and those fucking Grand General bastards. Now he's gonna get like kicked out of them. You know, if they said something like that, and like we could have seen them like just showing disdain to jail for fucking up his mission. Like, oh, you would dare draw your hands on the Althing jail? You know, have you no honor? And like have them be built up. But again, it's the same thing where we heard about them 2 chapters ago, and I got really and their introduction was badass. They look cool as fuck. They aside from fucking Robert, but now 2 out of 3 of them are dead, and the one that we're left with is the fucking least interesting of the 3. So even though I like this chapter and I think it's cool setup, I think that it is like a real climactic part of the story. It's all the important bits in it are so rushed and brushed aside that it doesn't leave an impact. Like what if like you know what if like you know maybe after jail what if we had a fight where one of the Grand Generals went after Licht and they just fucking whoop Licht's ass, you know, like they beat the shit out of him. and he just barely got away by the skin of his teeth. Like maybe jail intervened to inadvertently help him escape. And then we know, like, fuck, these guys are serious business. You know, like these guys are people even jail doesn't want to fuck with. But they're just there, and then they're dead, and it's really disappointing. You know, it's like they're all just getting sirened, but the difference is that at least Siren served a purpose to like bolster up a really interesting game. Like the whole point about Siren dying and what made the subversion there so interesting was that if Siren was there, it's not like Siren would have been a cool character. She was just another run-of-the-mill angel. There was nothing interesting about her. Like, sure, I'm sure we could have had a cool, interesting things with her, but if she was there, the exact same thing would have happened that always would have happened. Which is why he subverted that with the Harpies by making them kill themselves. Because we're used to this fucking run-of-the-mill. We fight the Angeloid, and then they join us, and then everything's hunky-dory. He stopped doing that before it got old. So that's why, as opposed to her being the next big bad, Chaos fucking killed her to be like, no, cementing her as the real antagonist and taking from her, you know, everything that would have made her interesting and like cool abilities and just adding it to her own character to make her even stronger. Here, it's not like we've known Robert. It's not like we've got to like him. This really cool character. And all of a sudden it turns out he's a traitor and he kills two other really interesting characters that we like and are invested in. You know, if that happened, that would have been really cool. But we've just met all three of them, so I have no emotional attachment to any of them. I was excited for them, and now that excitement, and now instead of being, whoa, that's a cool twist, or like a cool subversion of my expectations, I'm just thinking, wow, two of the most unique looking characters in the manga, and they're just wasted for another fucking blonde dude.
Isaiah, I get what you're saying, but I think you're overlooking the fact that the art's pretty.
Oh, you're so funny. You're so funny to turn to me as if I fucking know what I sound.
Oh, I don't even say anything. You're just doing my job for me.
Yeah,
you're right. This is really shit.
I still said I like this chapter.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't want to chime in because I valued that joke too much. But like, I do agree. Again, I'm gonna fucking quote Mahler because it's all I do these days. Like the purpose of subversion, if you're doing it right, is you want it to add something. Like in SNL, when Siren is killed and subverted, like that's a subversion of your expectations. Like it doesn't matter because like Siren, I don't even agree that Siren couldn't have been made an interesting character. I think she could have done.
I didn't say that. I said I'm sure Minazuki.
Well, you said like, oh, it's because Siren would have been boring. It would have been an angel.
Well, I backed it up. No, I'm just saying that. I'm sure.
Yeah.
But instead, he did something more interesting.
Yeah, exactly. He did something more interesting than it would have been had they just like normally fight it. Mahler makes the point talking about The Last Jedi. Like every subversion of the audience's expectations in that is it only takes away things. Like we ask questions in the first movie, like who are Rey's parents, and the second movie tells us they don't fucking matter. That doesn't add any. That just stops the plot line dead in its tracks. We have nowhere to go from there. It doesn't make the story more interesting. It just ends right there. You know, so many of the setups in the previous movie are just dropped on their head in the next one. You know, is Luke going to come back and join the Jedi? No, he's an old fucking man. That's the end of that. And here we introduce a bunch of new cool characters. And they're killed instantly because drama, and then that's it. It's a subversion of the audience's expectations, but it detracts rather than adds to the story, and so it's a bad subversion.
And again, I do like the setup is great. Like the like a coup happening to rob Alan, who, as we know, is currently the most strongest. Oh my god, I'm tired. He's currently the strongest Baron that we know of, or Ace. He has control of the entire military. He is the biggest wall that would be standing in Schmerman's way, and also potentially like our gang's way if he wasn't to side with them. So like having him betrayed in this way is a really cool concept, and I like it. But it's because we haven't had time. It was taken out of the oven too early. You know, it's undercooked. It's a good meal.
How ironic for the fire guy.
Oh yeah, fuck. It's this. What is a good meal has been taken out of the oven.
No, not a food analogy. Stop! Don't do it.
I can't help myself. But yes. So even though I still take a lot of umbrage with it, but I still enjoy it, and I enjoy what's to come. But there's just so many ways that we could have done this.
I got to look at Lily Tits, so I was happy.
Fucking, I love this. Daniel and Din, they're like, Cy and Isaiah.
I know, right? It's great.
It's Freaky Friday.
Yeah. Like, it's the body swap chapter we never got in SNL.
Thank God for that.
Also, can we just talk about how incredibly shitty writing it is? Alan could easily kick all their asses because he had a billion fucking count. But it starts to look like it starts with an explosion. So okay, he's doing the obvious thing, but then some shit happens and they bump into each other in an alley. Despite the fact Alan could have easily killed everyone there.
That's
so I guess he just decided not to, and then he ran away, and he just so happened to run away right into the exact back alley that Lickton.
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to kill good men. Like they.
Fuck off.
No, genuinely. We know Alan fucking killed regular ass soldiers.
He could have easily killed the Secret Service in that room before they even got to tell the guards. Yeah, and they're all bad guys with evil smiles.
Were all the dudes in the room? I didn't pay attention.
A bunch of Secret Service guys walked in and they pointed guns at him. But he can easily just kill all of them, and then no one would know.
No, yeah, if they're Secret Service, then you have a point.
And then he can just tell everyone the truth. The Secret Service tried to rebel against the kingdom. They killed the king. We need to hunt down the Secret Service.
Yeah, you're right. They're just a bunch of.
So kill them right now. Fucking burn them alive, and then everything works. But no, just explosion happens, and then stuff, and then all the characters teleport to be right where they need to be.
I was gonna say that's another reason why because like Alan should be able to defeat fucking Robert, no problem. I mean, we find out later, spoiler, that they're all close to at least 100,000. Yeah, it's not a big deal, but yeah, like Robert has 100,000. I imagine the other two.
Alan is also a baron, so he can multiply his count still.
Yeah, but you have to give into his bloodlust. Blah blah blah.
So
point is like
he's about to die.
Yes, but my point is like if all three of them were plants, it would have given a more reasonable reason for him to run. Because fighting one dude with 100,000 shouldn't be an issue for him. But three guys that like have
and Secret Service would work better.
Not to mention, if the water one was alive, she would be counter to him. What the fuck is wind gonna do? It's fire. That just
that's true.
Flame.
Oh, look at that.
If it was the water one, she could be dousing his flames while lightning and wind are attacking him. This would have been something. Can you imagine how cool of a fight that would have been?
It's fun how just easily we come up with a better story.
Let's just move to the next chapter. I'm getting angry.
Thinking about potential, yeah.
Move on.
Come to the Plunderer's shit side, Isaiah, where we have cookies.
No! Plunderer is good. You're a liar. All right, we're on the last chapter. 3 hours in.
Oh my God.
We're on the last chapter. 3 hours and 15 minutes. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God we switched to one volume. I'm not even going to feel bad when we get caught up and are just going to go chapter by chapter.
Yeah, it's going to take an hour regardless.
No, we've almost spent like 2 hours on a single chapter in this one. Oh my God. Oh.
Last chapter. We haven't even gotten to the mailman yet.
Oh, no. Okay, so the next chapter is going to be the best one. So return.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, here we go. So
I don't know. It's hard to top. I'm actually rock hard.
Anyway, whatever. So blah, blah, blah. Next page. King's been assassinated. Jail's like, you assassinated the king? And Alan avoids answering the question. Among the 3 grand generals, there was a dog in the special service mixed in. By now, that traitor Robert has probably already usurped my position as supreme commander of the Royal Guard.
Just sitting in a chair, he went straight from killing the king. Well, I better go sit in the chair now, and then sat there.
I really wish we had just a few pages of Robert, just after Alan jumps.
It's spinning in the chair. Whee!
Yeah, takes his seat, just breathes in. Nice.
Yeah.
But anyway, the special service has taken over the country completely. That's... Hey, Licht, I'll give these to you. Hope is entrusted. So he hands over the Dragon Balls.
The MacGuffins.
It's the will of Her Majesty, understand? You can't let the special service get them. The remaining original that was stolen is with you, right? That's a majority. With these, if you wanted to, you could create new laws for this world.
Oh man,
What
I
will
wonder
you
what
do?
bullshit's going to stop from just doing that right now.
Shh. Gather all of the originals and sink Alcia, and then what? At this rate, war will happen again. Depending on your reply, I don't know. You. So, everyone will decide together. I do like this page. It's a nice face. It's a nice smile. In the 3 centuries since the war, I've always... What would have been the right thing to do? Defy the instructors? But the instructors were right. Back then, if the Althing's power hadn't been used and the war ended, then it would have continued until humanity was destroyed. But that was decided by the Althing, not by all of us. So even if the war had ended, the stealing didn't. It doesn't have the power to see the future, unlike Nana. Everyone has to decide. So
wait, if their power comes from the Elfling, then yes, the Elfling does have the power to see the
it does
future.
have the power to see the future. With a unanimous vote, I'll destroy the Althing. Even if it means war, like Doan said. This time we'll end it ourselves. We, the non-killing army. Your outlook is too naive, kids. Hey, shitty glasses. Seems...
Fucking pot calling the kettle black.
Yeah. I wish...
You cut out. What'd you say?
I said I wish he would just be like, shut the fuck up, sunglasses.
I know, yeah.
Hey,
$5 fucking dollar store sunglasses.
Reconnected.
Okay.
Gather the Gafangus. After you left, that lot disappeared. They only followed you anyway. And for a war, you need numbers. Especially in a world ruled by them. Among them are the... Come on, give me something.
That's fine.
Among them are those who disguise their lieutenant general level counts.
Didn't
like
chat.
you
I
did.
used the all thing to destroy the all thing.
Destroy the all thing. Among them who disguise their counts like you. You should lead the Gafangus.
They all have stickers.
They all have stickers.
That's what Gafangus means in German. Sticker.
It's stickers. You know what it does mean in German, right?
For jail or bars or metal or some bullshit.
Jail is captain of the jail unit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm not surprised.
You should lead the Gafangus and take back the royal army from Robert. And then you'll be the new head of the royal guard. And Licht, let me see.
And Papyrus laughs in the distance.
Sword? Ruled by numbers? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's real rickety. You've been going easy on your opponents while fighting all this time, am I right? Hey?
Left, don't you?
What are you saying?
You know, I actually didn't mind
like...
this. Your microphone got shit. I actually didn't mind the sword thing as much as I thought I would, just because they build it up over the course of like 10 chapters. Like, I expected it to just pop up in the middle of an action scene and be an ass pull. Like, they give it some decent build up. Like, it starts right here. Like, hey, your sword's actually bad and you have a better one. You should go find it. And then that becomes the journey for the next couple chapters. Like, it's not as bad as I thought.
Is my mic better?
Yes.
No, yeah, actually, like, that's totally what I was... Like, I thought they were going to do a jail, you know, where he just pulls his other glove out of his pocket.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's like, yeah, this is my real power. But the fact that it's actually like an arc, like, that takes 10 chapters to get, it's a pretty decent arc,
An
too.
arc like his curved sword.
No, yeah, for something that seems really dumb, the fact that there's actually, like, trials and tribulation to get it back, like a real story...
Yeah, that makes it less dumb.
It better. No, yeah, like it's a really dumb concept. Just I wasn't using my real sword, but the fact that like it's treated as like this relic that he has to like earn back,
Yeah.
it's cool.
Mm-hmm. And by earn back, you mean have literally everyone else but him get.
Well, he fights for it. But
Uh-huh.
anyway, something shoddy like this won't stand up to using your true flash, huh? Take back your real ballot. I figure it's still got the count you earned during the abandoned war. Take that back and remind those special service bastards what kind of being the strongest ace was. It's a cool ass, determined looking serious licked right there. Well, time to go. By now, Aaron will be directing the evacuation of the civilians.
Yeah,
You
Skype
know,
girl.
right? Licked? Yeah, she's cute. I miss her. Until she
don't.
shows up, and then I won't miss her. Well, you know right, Licked. What will happen to a city of this size if the blast ace gets heated up? If you can escape without getting the civilians involved, then go. And what will you do, Supreme Commander? You can't be staying. Don't be stupid. Wouldn't it be too much of a shame to leave Charles' body in that castle? Instead, I'll turn it all into a funeral pyre, and the traitors with it. I'll definitely make them regret killing a child before my eyes. Let's go, you two. If the captain is serious, we'll be a hindrance. Captain Allen, back in that school, you got a lot of love letters from the girls, right? Oh, yeah.
Wow, what? Stop it! Stop being so bad at this.
Even though I was a teacher, so there's no way I would have. Those were from me. Because you interrupted me peeking in the women's bath. Well, goodbye. And I know this seems like a bit of a no, it is still like a non sequitur and awkward. But in the volume editions of Plunderer, this isn't completely out of nowhere because there would be like little mini extra chapters of like Licht sending these letters to Alan. But it was never revealed it was from Licht. It was just like Alan getting love letters, and then he like goes to the spot and the girl's not there. Or she's like, I need you to get this thing for me, Alan, and then we can like go out. And he like spends his time searching for it. So like after reading the volumes and then seeing this, I do get some joy. Because before I assumed it was Ferenda, because they're both instructors. So now knowing that like it was just Licht fucking with him, it is kind of funny for me. But with no context,
it's not
just
for me.
This, no, yeah, and it isn't the best time. Like it's an attempt at lightening the mood, but it's not.
Well, the idea is like, oh, he wants to kill him now. And it's like, well, if you want to kill me, you'll have to survive, and that's the idea.
No, yeah,
but it's done really shittily.
Yeah, but I don't mind it too much. But again,
no, Vaporweeb. It's safe to say no.
I have the context of the setup. Is Plunderer finally getting good? Silly Vaporweeb. It's always been good.
Nope. I don't mind Captain Allen's character. Like him being motivated by seeing Charles's death is decent. Flashing back to his own child dying. That's really decent. Like he's got good characterization, and that all makes sense. But his dramatic backstory being interrupted by Licht fucking around is really goddamn dumb.
No, yeah, but his characterization has been great because like he's just a dad. We see that underneath his tough exterior, he's just a really nice dad who wants to be a good dad. But all of his failures in life have revolved like children dying around him, whether it be his kids dying because he was negligent in that one moment, all of his students dying around him, which is why I brought attention to that line where he was like, I'm sorry, Daddy wasn't able to save you all again. It has dramatic weight there. And yet here again, once more, he has failed to save another child that's important to his life. So that's really, it's where like what you said about like there's a difference between them being edgy and there being something being like dark or mature.
Right, yeah.
This is where it has a purpose. This is important to his character as opposed to just like people dying for the sake of it.
Yeah, no, this is better. I don't mind Alan's character, and
that's why I say like people like Alan, Schmerman, Doan, and Pele. They're all some of my favorite characters because like their motivation lines up with
the only ones that have effort put into them.
No, yeah, but they're really, really cool characters. Like I genuinely love them, and I wish the story would follow them some more because, like,
Yeah, this is
they
the
have
last time we
genuine
see Captain Allen, isn't it?
aside from flashbacks, we don't
Yeah.
know what becomes of him. But anyway, speaking of, so they leave, and
I'm sure he's just in jail because Moonsticky wouldn't kill a main character.
he's either in jail or he's drugged. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, the next, Minazuki shakes the villain 8-ball and he comes out and he's all like, "Jail, my boy, you ready for the ass kicking of a lifetime?"
You're right. We're gonna have to fight him because they gave him a drug that makes him turn evil.
And
this is why I just fundamentally despise the concept of a drug that makes you turn evil, because it means we can have shit like this happen.
Anyway, let's get back to what actually happens to him first. And I do like this bit as well as they like run off. Because the interesting thing about this here is that if you notice, Captain Allen or Alexandrov, the difference between him and back when he was Allen is that he smokes cigars now. He switched from cigarettes. It's a very subtle thing that is never pointed out to you, but he switched to cigars. But here in this moment, as he's seeing them off, he uses a regular cigarette once again, and it flashes back to his old self, which I think is a really nice way of showing that it's like just like old times, you know? He goes, "That's right, you kids. Go on and show us adults who could only do the wrong thing the future you'll make." And I really like this, like seeing the flash between like his younger self and like his true, how he actually enjoyed being around them despite being a hard ass. Babysitting kids is really unbearable. And this is another cool turn the page thing, where as he's walking away, they're already fucking there.
Why wouldn't they just shoot him? Or isn't it a shame they didn't show up 5 seconds earlier so they could steal all 4 ballots back and have a controlling majority of all thing? Isn't it convenient they show up right as everyone leaves with the important MacGuffins and that they don't know about the important MacGuffins?
Well, either way, Mailman's on their trail, so whatever. Anyway, so he turns around. He doesn't even turn around. It's so fucking cool. He knows they're there because he's that fucking badass. "If you bastards want to die, come on then. But for those who don't, say so quickly. I'll control it enough so that you can still walk. In exchange, take me to Schmerman!" But they break apart. They form a little path in the middle. "What? You're all real calm about it, aren't you? Hey, it's a lie. Why are you guys?" And we see some familiar figures from behind. And then another explosion go off. Fucking I like Daniel in the chat.
This
Captain
is decent.
Allen and Schmerman. Decent what?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I like Daniel in the chat. Like Captain Allen and Schmerman are contrasting characters, both experiencing really similar things, but reacting differently.
Yeah.
And that's what I like. That's why I pointed out, like, both of the main guys in the military are just dads. Like the way that Schmerman acted around Licht was the same way that Allen acts around jail. Because that's why they're good friends and why they've worked together their entire lives, because they have similar experiences. They feel each other's pain, which also makes like this betrayal of Schmerman's that much more impactful.
Or it would if Sherman was involved at all.
Well, I mean, he's ordered.
You keep saying this betrayal of Sherman. To me, it looks more like betrayal of Wind Guy.
Well,
I know Wind Guy's being controlled by Schmerman, but Schmerman isn't actually like if Schmerman appeared right here and then he and Alex got to have like some conversation about this. I think that'd be way better than setting up these bullshit classmates trying to be a fucking red herring anyway.
What were you about to say? You said this is decent. I can't remember what you.
No, this wasn't decent. This is like this is a classmates. I fucking hate. Like this is decent setup. This is a decent mystery. The way this gets answered is fucking retarded.
I don't mind it.
I hate it. And again, knowing where this goes, I would much prefer this to just be Sherman for them to have this fight scene here, like a confrontation where all the things you said like are like that. Let's be honest, are you basically made up? Like if we actually had a scene where they talked about their conflicting desires and where like we got to see Alex being betrayed by Schmerman. Like, well, I mean, if that was like, canon, if that wasn't fanon, then this would be a better scene.
It's not fanon. Schmerman is the one who's orchestrated and ordered all of this. I know that I get what you mean. It would have been more impactful if Schmerman was doing it personally.
Yeah.
I get that. And I don't necessarily disagree. But at the same time, like it would be easier for Alan to fight Schmerman than it would for him to fight these kids, I think. Because these are the people that
Do we
in
even
his
know
mind,
Schmerman's count?
Well, no, we do not.
I'm sure
If
he has
he
5
even-
billion.
If he even has one, I wouldn't be surprised if he's just because he is like just so genetically synced with the owl thing.
Because
just
he's
like
the
my
magician.
counts can be, my counts can be whatever it wants. I'm the magician.
Yeah, it's like how fucking Satsuki doesn't wear a fucking Goku uniform because they're beneath her. He doesn't have
it would
accounts because he's above
Yeah,
it
because
all.
we know he doesn't have a ballot at the very least. But anyway,
Right, we've seen fucking. You
yeah.
just wait in the
Well,
final
he
battle.
could've
I'm sure he'll
gotten-
pull. I'm sure he'll pull out a fucking like. What would he pull out? What's thematically relevant? The magician's cane, maybe
Oh my god, he pulls out just a fucking
a staff.
a magic hat.
He pulls out Demeter.
Demeter. Oh, bro, that'd be cool. I mean, not really, but I like.
No,
when
it'd be
wizards carry
shit.
Shit over. Anyway, no, I think that this is a cool reveal of like bringing that back of the kids and like, and it makes it even harder for Alan to like fight because like when it comes to Schmerman and Alan, like even if it is like a great portrayal, Alan's already prepared to stand against Schmerman himself. He's not prepared to stand against the students that he fucking
Hey,
trained.
fuck you! On the next page, they explode. So he obviously does fight
explode.
back.
He fights back, but
Fuck,
I mean,
fuck
like,
you and your bullshit narrative about Sherman's too
there's
nice
more
to
of
fight
an
them.
There's more of an. I'm not saying he's too nice to fight them. I'm saying that there's more of an internal conflict
That we
of him
don't
seeing
get to
the
see.
the kids that he thought had fucking died.
We see him being
because of
shocked
it.
a little bit, and then we don't see him ever again.
Fucking
All this internal conflict is something you've invented, Isaiah. This doesn't exist in the manga.
Look at good old Din. Schmerman is living only the idea or fantasy of fatherhood, while Alan is living in the gritty, unrelenting reality of it. Too true, Din. Let us take a sip of our wine and enjoy our Kino Plunderer. Well, this foolish man Sai lies to himself.
That also feels like
and
something
says-
that just pulled out of your ass. Like they're
No,
pulled out of his ass.
I pulled it out of Din's ass. Excuse
Yeah,
you.
exactly. Like, is Sherman living the ideal of fatherhood? I mean, he's got some like fucking Shota clones, but like, is that him living the ideal of fatherhood? And what's Alan's gritty reality of it?
That all kids eventually die. That's the gritty reality.
I guess.
Anyway,
I'm sorry, Dan. That doesn't work.
no, I'm just,
In a better manga that's written well, that could be cool. That's not what's happening here. That's fanon.
I'm just trying to sound smarter than you for once.
Yeah, nah, it doesn't work. Sorry.
Whatever. I still have the high ground, Anakin. Anyway, so chapter's not over yet. They see the explosion and they're like, it's
Unfortunately.
begun. And Nana's like, hey, it'll be okay, Jail. It's Captain Allen after all. But Jail being Jail pats her head to comfort her because
Wait, hold on. Where are they? Yeah, they're on separate goddamn horses. So
Yeah.
he steers his horse really close to the other ones just so we can pat her on the goddamn head.
yeah. It says, licked. I'm going to gather the Kafangus. We have a passcode only we know. I'll write that around all the villages. See you later. So he's going to go ask. He's gonna go
Wow,
find the,
that was like 3 sentences to explain a lot of bullshit really fast.
he's going to go see who knows the Kafangus Wi-Fi password, and that's how we'll find the rest of his crew.
He's going to do
So
the
Jail
Skyrim like thieves thing where he writes like secret symbols around everywhere, and that means
Probably.
like everyone gather together.
Everyone, we got to get the boys back together for one last heist.
Does it not? Is there any reason why they wouldn't just go together to do that? Besides, we need Sugata out of the manga for a bit.
Well, they abandoned the military after he left, so he needs to find a way to find them.
Why didn't they all just go together to do that though?
Oh, anyway.
'Cause
Even if they did go together, he doesn't know.
he doesn't what?
I was saying, even if they left together in like one big group, he doesn't know where they are.
So, what? Like,
So
I'm
we have
just
to find
saying,
them.
like this is like D&D logic. Don't split the party because we're all weaker individually. Why don't they just go together to do this shit?
Well, fucking like Jail resigned. Like he didn't want them to go with him. He resigned and then he went to go fucking help with the Dawn fight. And then the rest of them.
I'm saying why not the Gafangus? I'm saying why don't like Lynn and Nana and
party
Hina
stick
and
together.
Licht go together to go get the Gafangus?
Oh,
What reason is there for Jail to go right off on his own besides that it gets him out of the fucking action so we can focus on different characters?
because he has conviction to find his friends.
Okay, so yeah, there is no reason they don't just go do that together.
Well,
Okay.
they're focusing on. They have different priorities. Is the point? Like Licht wants to focus on directly obtaining all of the originals, whereas Jail, his primary goal is to gather the Gafangus and defeat.
So
Robert.
that they can obtain all the originals.
Well, yes,
They have the
in
same
long
goal.
run, but
They can all go do that. And then Nana also has a stupid goddamn reason for leaving. Like, I'll go get the rest of them. The abandoned capital can become dangerous at any time. So I guess she's worried that just fucking a thief will come along with them and fucking
I presume
kill
she means
them.
like the special. I presume she means like the special service could circle back around there because they know we've been there before, so it's better to go get them.
Then why are they still there? Why don't they hide somewhere else?
Because she was fucking injured.
So fucking bring the hospital bed and the IV drip
Whatever.
and go hide in the woods.
Anyway, next page. So Nana's touching her head still because she wants.
I'm just saying this is all bad writing to get everyone to split up from each other so we can have the next couple plots happen.
Look, man, let me enjoy my Scooby-Doo in peace.
Scooby-Doo?
Yeah.
What?
Because they're all splitting up to search for clues.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
That takes the wind out of my sails. You could have just not laughed at it normally and not made me explain and humiliate myself. Anyway, so she's like, oh, well, until Lynn's injuries are healed, we should bring her back to Home.
We need to take her back to her house. The Secret Service will never look for her there.
You're going to take the balance back, right, Licht? In other words, you're heading to the Special Service headquarters we used to be at, right? That's dangerous too. So Hina, why don't we? That's true. Nana-san, Hina-chan is with me. He's gonna regret that in a couple of pages.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking. She's like, okay, go do that. Be careful, guys. She says, Licht, am I not holding you back? Not yet. You're not. I promised you I won't leave you behind. This is supposed to be a really cute moment where
it's supposed to be.
He's finally not abandoning her. Because all this manga has been him trying to run away from her, but now he's finally embraced her. We'll be together always, except for the toilet. In the bath, that's good for nothing. Then even when I want a child, yeah, I won't run away. But I want to do some naughty stuff because I really love you.
God, I hate Hina so goddamn much. She's the worst. I really wish I could just reach into this goddamn manga and stab her.
Yeah, me too. Anyway, so she says, I really love you, you good for nothing. Sai! What did you do?
I got rid of her. It's time for her to die. We need her out of the goddamn manga, Isaiah.
You did it. How did you do it? Tell me.
It's my balanced power. I can reach into fictional media and change the events, and so I decided to stab Hina. You're welcome, by the way.
My count is based on the times I correct shitty writing. Therefore, my balance.
I am unstoppable.
It allows me to correct the writing myself.
Yeah, that would work actually. That would probably actually be my count.
These pages are like the greatest example of Minazuki tonal whiplash.
No, of course she doesn't fucking pay for you. Are you kidding me? She has plot armor out the ass.
Fucking no, we didn't have a 2-hour chapter, though we came close.
Yeah.
But anyway, don't worry, Dan. I think your statement was cool. Anyway, these 2 pages.
I want to do some naughty stuff because I love you. I love you. You grew up for nothing.
Yeah. Just I love that Minazuki was like, I need to redraw the same page. Only she's getting stabbed to like really sell how sudden this is. I almost like love how dumb it. Like it's almost so stupid it's genius. You know, where like this is just Minazuki's like juxtaposition boiled down to its most basic element. Just like one page happy, next page
sad.
Yeah, just stab. So I kind of love it, even if it's like stupid as fuck. But anyway, she gets stabbed.
You know what would be better? You know what's more realistic to have? Isn't it so convenient that he just faints as soon as she gets stabbed? Wouldn't it be so much more fun? She went, ah! And like fucking, like, yeah, her arm, her like fingers like curled up and like a weird, like, yeah, like hurt face. But no, she like faints daintily upon being stabbed in the gut. So we can have a cooler page. It wouldn't be nearly as poignant if she would like react like she was being hurt. You gotta just pass out.
Anyway, so Lick hops off the horse. And he's holding her and he's freaking out. She was stabbed? From where? This is... Don't move, please. My count is the number of times I successfully deliver mail.
It's the mailman! He's finally here! The mailman! The best character. Oh my god, I'm so happy he's here.
He's back. Anyway, but no, his actual count is the number
is how many times he delivers mail. Fuck you.
You're right. Sorry, my apologies. I don't know what I was thinking there.
Yeah.
I also love that the way he displays his ability is just the good. Like, look, I could put my body parts anywhere. Here's my arm. There's my leg.
Now you're thinking with portals.
How was it? At any time, I can connect space and cut at you. Though I typically don't do it except under orders from His Eminence, the Field Marshal. But you know, even I can do this. What would happen if the space around the girl's torso goes shink and slices her? Then you won't die a normal death.
I love that translation.
I love that. Like 4 chapters ago, Licht was like, "I'll never kill again."
We're know, right?
Killing army.
We're starting it up again, guys. Hold on, I'm just gonna put that on pause. We'll start it up again right after this.
Yeah. This is my one exception, dude. If they can kill my girlfriend, come on, guys. Yeah, the mailman is unfazed by this threat. Scary, scary. How about this? First of all, hand over the original ballots you're holding, and then the ground shakes. Earthquake.
This is like the 4th time a character's gone earthquake, but this is the first time they've been right.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, every other time someone's like earthquake, and it's like, no, it's Licht or Schmerman.
Yeah,
but it's true. Impossible to come this far. And then the ground opens up, and the abyss is here once more. Hey, anyway, hurry up and give me the originals.
I like how he's just threatening his fucking girlfriend. Now he's like, hey, can I please have them now? Pretty please, for sugar on top.
No, he's and to be honest, he's given a very real point. Like, hey, if you don't give me those, we're all fucked. Can you please? Someone is coming up. What? Someone is coming up? What nonsense are you speaking? Who could climb up from the abyss? Now hand over the originals! Are you saying you don't care if that... We see a familiar figure from behind. We see a 2-page spread of Lick's reaction as he holds Hina. And then we see Toki Kaze standing before him. And we get another 2-page spread of Lick's heartbroken reaction. And yet another of Toki Kaze's cold, unforgiving stare. Toki Kaze? And that's the end of the chapter and the volume. So,
isn't it so incompetently funny that like
it's
in
so
the fucking
incredible.
in the battle with the mailman, he shows up, he threatens everyone, and then just the ground opens up beneath him, and a more interesting character pops up, and the manga completely forgets that he fucking exists.
What the fuck you mean, more interesting character? The mailman is the greatest antagonist in all the manga. He could have.
I'm saying the mailman didn't get 4 full-page spreads back to back. We know who Minazuki prefers. Yeah, I agree. We know who he prefers, though.
And
Also,
I will say that
I'm going to fucking spoiler this because fuck you. In the next volume, he teleports away and then he gets killed by someone else instantly. So he is literally fucking pointless. He shows up, he twirls his mustache, and then the ground opens up beneath him. Something more interesting pops up. He runs away and then he dies, and that's his character. He existed literally so Schmerman could fucking teleport out of that one scene, and then he came and died.
And hey, don't fucking take away all the mail he's delivered. Man has worked harder for the Kingdom of Alcia than anyone else. And you can't take that away from him.
This is like some of the worst writing in the whole fucking manga.
No, it is not. Don't fucking exaggerate.
I'm saying, like, in terms of like sheer incompetence of writing, like there have been worse lines, but like I think this just speaks to amateurish incompetence.
No, it's not.
You
uncommon.
don't introduce a villain like this and then completely forget about them so you can introduce a different villain 2 pages later.
No, that's actually not very uncommon in shonen. There's plenty of times where you introduce,
but it's done better. It's not like this guy is like swatted down to like display the power. I absolutely do. It's not like usually if they do that, it'll be like jobbing. Like some guy comes up who's really powerful, and someone else comes from behind them and smacks him down, and like shows how more powerful they are instead.
Well, that's what happens exactly the next chapter, as you described.
It's so funnily done here.
He has a really broken ability, and then the next chapter, Tokikaze shows the difference in their ability by one-shotting him. That's literally exactly what you described.
It's just, in the context of this being the end of the chapter, though. Like,
I understand that it's goofy and like it comes like out of nowhere, but it's not like unheard of, and it's not that bad. It's really fun.
Usually
like,
you do it in the same chapter, though. I don't get not having this happen in the one chapter, like because it does make him feel like incidental and fucking pointless.
It does, but at the same time, like it's
when the manga completely forgets about him because a more interesting character showed up.
It's not that it forgets about him; it's just that it shoves him into a corner and then beats him to death.
It's better.
But I will say, I do like this chapter a lot. Like I said, the setup was already cool of like the coup going on, the reveal of the students coming to take on Alan, all cool shit. I get what you say when you mean like jail doesn't need to split up from them, but it's not that big a deal because he's got other priorities to focus on. He specifically wants to take down Robert. That is his main God, I was going to say his mailman. His main motivation is to get revenge for his father and clear his dad's name. And as Alan said, like once you do that, you'll be promoted to the top of the military, which is what Jail's motivation from the start has been, to be the top of the military, weed out the corruption, and make sure he sees his beliefs out to the end. So it isn't that big of a leap for me that Jail's priority would be like, all right, I'm gonna gather back.
You're right. You're fine. Why doesn't Licht go with Jail? What is Licht's priority that means he doesn't go with him? I'm not dissing Jail's motivation for leaving. I'm dissing everyone else's motivation for not following him.
That I can understand. But at the same time, Licht just wants to focus on like getting the originals, and
which will be easier if they have an army, which Jail is going to go get for them.
It would be. I can definitely agree with that.
And then Nana's excuse, like, oh man, like they might be in danger in the place we left them where they would be in danger.
We'd have to go scoop up Lynn and the others anyway.
That's fine. I'm just like, why did they leave them in a fucking place where the Secret Service knows they were?
Because it would have been more dangerous for them to go straight to the capital.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying take them somewhere else. Like somewhere the Secret Service didn't fucking just kidnap you. Go to the fucking forest, like, a day's hike away, and fucking leave them there.
Yeah, fair enough.
She's like, oh, we were idiots and left them in an incredibly dangerous position. I'll go back and get them so that I can also not be here.
Anyway, I still think this chapter is pretty damn good overall. I like it. I think it's really cool setup, and the back-to-back fucking 4 double-page spreads was goddamn incredible.
Whatever, I don't care.
Fucking,
I'm so past caring about the art.
Well, I'm not. That took a lot of fucking work to do those 4.
Also, what are the fucking odds? Like, right as they What are the fucking odds that, like, right as they leave the goddamn city, Tokikaze shows up right where Licht is?
Well, his plan is specifically to attack still near the capital, so it makes fucking sense that he'd pop out by.
What are the odds that they happen to pop up? Why not a day later? Why not 5 days before? Why not a year from now? Why not a year prior?
Why would they not do it as soon as possible?
Why?
I mean, the entire point is that whenever the fucking
why is as soon as possible right now and not like 5 days from now or a year from now or 5 years from now? What are the odds, like, right as Jail is leaving the goddamn capital, the perfect opportunity would arise for Tokikaze to come up, and he does it literally 5 feet away from his best goddamn friend?
Fucking, like, the whole point is that they can only attack, like, breaks, like fissures in the land.
There have been plenty of those elsewhere. Surely he would just go, like, they said in this chapter, they've been, like, going on the outskirts of Althea and they're getting closer to the capital. Surely he would have gone up in one of the first ones that opened and then started away from the capital and then journeyed to it.
They sent, well, first of all, they sent out the capital. I mean, the capital, They sent out that, they were the ones who sent out the, that for a fact. So that he did go there. And as it's explained later, as you've read, without spoiling too much, Tokikaze has made other trips out on his own. He has came up on his own before. It's just that this is his best opportunity to strike at the capital, so of course he'd want to be at the forefront of it. I get what you're saying, that, like,
my battery's out. I don't have the energy. Like, I'm sorry, the fucking 2 most relevant characters in the manga happen to, like, appear right next to each other. I don't care how much, like, you know, fucking, like, you, like, oh, well, their motivations and it's the perfect time. Like, it's only the perfect time because Mizuki wrote it to be the perfect time.
Well, fucking, you can't, are you telling me that no coincidence can ever happen in a manga?
In a manga filled to the brim, overflowing with coincidences, yes. Remember when Hina, like, ripped open her bag right as soon as, like, it would be not the best time to do so the fucking Doan could turn and fight them? That was sure was coincidental, wasn't it? Wasn't it coincidental when they ran into the exact same alley that Captain Allen ran into? Fucking, wasn't it coincidental the Secret Service arrived after everyone had left? There's so many goddamn coincidences in this manga. Like, if this manga was otherwise completely fucking, like, well written, and this was the first coincidence, I wouldn't care. I'm pointing it out because it's like 5 times a goddamn chapter. The most coincidental thing possible happens.
Yeah, whatever. You done?
I want to be. Students are dumb and I hate them.
Fuck you. This is a cool chapter. Cool shit happens. Cool art.
The rest of it's okay.
Exciting setup.
The tonal whiplash of, like, I sent you the love letters is dumb.
That wasn't that bad. There's been a whole lot worse than that.
That's, again, not a high bar. I'm not judging this manga by it could do worse.
That's not my point is that, like, it's really not that big a deal, and just because fucking
I also just, like, I forgot the reason I pointed out how fucking convenient it was Tokikaze came back right now is because, like, well, they have the 4 ballots that could control Ulthing, so they have to split Hina and Licked up, so they don't have the 4 ballots. So right as soon as they would have, like, presumably they would have gotten out of the city and then decided to use the Ulthing. Like, that would make sense. But, like, no, They all decided to go up on their own separate ways so that fucking Hina and Lick can get split up, and so no one has a controlling majority anymore. Isn't it so gosh darn convenient they get the controlling majority and then instantly so much bullshit happens they have no time to use it?
Yeah. If you hear that snoring, that's my cat in the background. I don't know how she fell asleep with all our fucking yelling.
Nice. Well, it's 3 hours and 53 minutes, the longest book club to date. But I think we're done. We're all dead. We're all just dead and tired.
Have we not had longer than these? Really?
I don't think we've topped 4 hours.
Oh God, dude, it's gonna happen eventually.
Absolutely. When the fucking future ships show up, we will top 4 hours.
Oh, that's not that. Come on. They look dumb, but it's not something we could stretch on for that long.
That was yes, I'm aware that was a joke.
I'm in so much pain. I just want to enjoy this manga.
Nope, I'm sorry, it sucks. Okay, we're both dead.
Yeah.
Any concluding words?
I hate you. I
hate you too. I don't.
If I could, I would fly us both out to the Plunderer restaurant right now.
Oh, I would love that.
And have us settle this over some Plunderer beer.
And Plunderer rations.
Yeah, Plunderer rations.
Mm-hmm. You're right, Daniel. The grass is pretty. Let's just focus on that.
Yeah, the grass is very pretty.
Look at how much of a shit I don't give about Minazuki being good at drawing.
Yeah, well, fuck you. I can still appreciate his because I care.
He could easily be drawing a better written manga, though. And when I think about that, I weep.
That is absolutely true, but I still like the one we have.
Imagine all these visuals in a good manga. Oh, my heart leaps at the thought.
Oh, I'm looking at it right now. It's called Plunderer by Suma Mizuki, and it's been an absolute fucking joy to read.
Is that why there's so much joy in your voice right now?
That joy's gone because you stole it from me.
I plundered it.
Plunderer here.
I plundered it. Yeah, you're right.
Are you proud of yourself?
That's the fucking twist at the end of the book club. Is I plundered all of Isaiah's love for the fucking manga.
I hate you. I'll never forgive.
Oh yeah. Anyways, that's it.
No. Don't end it yet. We're 2 minutes away from being 4 hours. I need to have it be 4 hours.
Fuck, I'm gonna do.
Come on.
I get off on disappointing you. So thank you guys very much for watching.
Let me have this.
Thank you guys very much for watching.
Stop it. No.
Thank you, Isaiah, for being here.
No. Yeah, the friends I lost along the way.
You guys have been a wonderful audience. Isaiah, you were great at reading things when I lacked the strength to go on. Because the bullshit sapped my will to live.
Asino Pico over my fucking dead body.
So thank you guys very much for watching. And I'll see you guys next week on the Plund Edgy Boob Club.
God damn it, stop. Someone stop him. Hiyori, please.
Well, you might get it. I have to go find the fucking live stream page to end the stream.
Come on, everyone, let me your energy. We can break 4 hours. You can't find it, please. Please. Kairos. This is a new order, Sai. You can't end the video yet.
But my count of yelling about Plunderer is much higher than yours of successfully defending Plunderer from me.
We did it! Yatta!
Thank you guys very much for watching. And I'll see you guys next time. Later.
Bye.